Okay, I think we can start. So, hello to everyone. I think I was able to say hi to each of you during the registration and morning coffee. Actually, it's a real pleasure to have you today, especially that you are willing to gain new skills in proposal preparation process for Digital Europe program. I would like to say a big thanks to Nicholas Floratos, who came from Greece to share his insights, his knowledge, and what should be done in the proposal that we would be able to prepare a competitive one. So I wish you all a good one, a good day, an effective day, and I hope so that we'll be able to say that the knowledge that we gained today are useful and will be used in our near future. Just shortly about me, I already introduced myself. For you, I am Aurelia Bakutiena from Innovation Agency, where I serve as ICT Manager and National Contact Point for Digital Europe program. So I'll be here whole day, and if you'll have any questions about this program, just come to me, ask about this program, and I'll be more than happy to answer to your questions. And a few things before we start. You have the agenda, and you saw that it will be quite tough, it will be quite intensive. We have a lot of modules, we have a lot of practice, and of course we'll have some breaks. During these breaks, we'll have actually 3 breaks, 2 short ones and 1 longer for lunch. Lunch will be served just in front of the training room. And I just want to suggest you, I would like to ask you, during these breaks, take your time, take some rest, take a breath, take some coffee, snack, just to be motivated during these trainings. But please don't forget to network. I think everybody would agree with me that a lot of new initiatives starts from your new relationship. So don't miss that opportunity. That's why we asked to put the labels with the names, so it's more cozy to get to the person who, when we know his name from the beginning. So the second thing, as you see, we have cameras. So we'll have a record, and after the event, after the trainings, we'll share the record. So, and also we'll share the slides, I think so. Yes, Nicholas? Yeah, perfect. So don't waste your time for taking pictures. Of course, if you want that, please, you can do whatever you want. It's okay for us. Just pay your whole attention to the trainings, to the practice, to what is said by Nicholas. And the last thing, but not the least, in a few days, actually, I think in maybe tomorrow in the afternoon, you'll get the link with a short survey. It is about how you feel about these trainings. I would be more than happy if you would be able to answer to it. It takes 2 to 3 minutes, not more. Of course, I'm waiting for the highest scores, but because I'm an organizer of this event. But actually, if you have something to say that would improve our activities, that would help us to reflect ecosystem needs in our activities, what we do, it would really help us. So we really appreciate that, and I'm looking forward for your answers. And that's it. I wish for all of us an interesting, insightful day. And dear Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you really on that. It was very, it raises the expectations, it raises what we should have this morning, this whole day. So good morning from my side also. I'm Nicholas. I'm going to be with you for 1 full day. So let's see how we're going to do this training that is, I believe, the top of the trainings that we have been doing so far regarding Digital Europe. I don't know whether you are familiar with, but we have already done 2 more courses in Digital Europe. One was about Digital Europe in general, the other one was how to find partners in an intelligent way. And now this one is how to write a proposal in Digital Europe, what you need to be aware of, and also how to build it step by step in a pleasant way. So I start always my trainings with a very basic question. And that basic question for the ones that have attended my 2 previous trainings is, who likes traveling? Who likes holidays? Ah, you like it a lot. Okay, nice. Why you do that? Why? Why you like traveling? Why you like holidays? Relax. Yes? Anything else? You extend your wild view. Yes. What else? Meet new people, of course. What else? Huh? New cultures, new countries, something new. So all these things, what are they doing to you? They are, before holidays, before travel, you are a person A. After that, you have extended your views, you are a person B, a better person. So you have transformed yourself. This is exactly how training should be. You come to my class as person A, you need to come out as a person B, a transformed person with wider expectations and views. And we're going to do it in a pleasant way, as much as possible for Digital Europe, but we will do it. There are only two conditions that I would require from your side for that kind of transformation. How are you doing? I haven't seen you for 15 years. Something like that, eh? All right, nice. What are these two conditions? The first one is that you need to focus. We have your laptops, you have your laptops also because probably you will need them for the workshop in the afternoon, but try to focus here. No emails, no messages. Why? Because we want to achieve that transformation. So that's the first condition. And the second condition is that you need to reflect. What does that mean? Whatever we discuss here, you need to see, okay, how can I apply that in my case? What is Nicola saying? Do I understand it? Is that something that is applicable for me? So that's why we need to reflect. Because focus plus reflection leads to mastery. Do you want to master something? Focus and reflect. That's simple. All right, so bear that in mind, those two conditions. If you want to have access to the notes, normally, because this is in PDF, I have it in PPA, in PowerPoint, probably will change it at the break. But this is the link for downloading the notes. Since you are here, you can have access to that. So keep that in mind. It will be always there. So you will have, when you download the notes, the training slides, you will see that it is a lot of slides. Not that many that I usually have, but a lot of slides. And the point is not, of course, to create death by PowerPoint, but to give you the full recipe, yes, in order how to build a Digital Europe proposal today. So in order a recipe to be useful, it needs, first of all, to be what? It needs to be detailed, but also self-explanatory with a step-by-step process. So what I want you, after this training, whenever you're going to get involved in a Digital Europe proposal, to have your recipe as a cookbook next to you. Do you want to print it? Print it. I strongly suggest you. It's not that environmental friendly, but if you have 6 slides per piece of paper, it's not going to be that big. So print it, bind it, have it next to you, have your cookbook next to you, because you're going to cook a very nice meal. And the meal is a full proposal in Digital Europe. Now, many principles that we will discuss here are not applicable only in Digital Europe. We focus in Digital Europe because this is the core element of this training, but you will realize that many of those principles are applicable in other European funding programs. So this is a series, this is the third one of a length journey that we had so far in Digital Europe. We are here on course 3. Now, one question, who had attended course 1? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, of course. Thank you. Too bad, because you've missed a very nice course. Because that course talked about the essentials regarding Digital Europe, what you need to be aware, how to exploit free tools for your advantage. So that was, we talked about the full proposal development cycle, we talked about how to impress the evaluator, so it was a very interesting one. Then we had the course 2, which was mainly focusing on how to partner intelligently, how to find proposals that initiators are writing in Digital Europe, how to convince them to take you on board. That was physical one, and that was an online one. Who attended course 2? 1, 2. Yeah, you've missed a lot of things. But thank you, Neris, for being a very loyal student for me. Thank you. And now, eventually, you reach that one, which is course 3. That's a physical one, which is how we're going to write a Digital Europe proposal. Now, all these are self-contained, which means that in order to join course 3, you don't need to have attended course 2 or course 1, because each one of them has its own unique value. Course 1 was to motivate you to realize that writing a proposal in Digital Europe is not that difficult or big involved. Course 2 was to identify applicants to join either as partners or as coordinators. And course 3 is to how to write a proposal from scratch. We will see that. How to write a full proposal in Digital Europe from scratch. Now, these are many things about me. As you can see, I wear a lot of hats. I'm not going to pay a lot of attention to that. I have a multidisciplinary background, a lot of expertise in research innovation, as an evaluator also. But what is really important for me is the last bullet point. Yes? When we met, I didn't have a PhD. Now I have a PhD. That was many years ago. But what is really something that I'm really proud of is that I can take something that is quite complex. For example, writing a Digital Europe proposal can be a quite complex process. And I can decompose it into easy to understand and easy to apply step-by-step recipes. Yes. And this is what we're going to do here. We're going to decompose the whole science or the whole art behind developing a Digital Europe proposal and making it into an easy to understand and easy to apply step-by-step process. The best way to connect with me is through LinkedIn. This is the one that I check also regularly. So after this training, if you have also some questions regarding Digital Europe or anything else, and please connect with me through LinkedIn. It will take me not more than 10 minutes to respond as soon as I see the message, and it will save you a lot of hassle and a lot of disappointment after that, because I can give you the proper direction that you need in any question that you have under this program, Digital Europe or any other European funding program. So make sure that you connect with me through LinkedIn. It's one of the best ways to keep in touch and follow up on any connections and your momentum. Now, we are a lot of people, so I'm not going to ask each one of you to introduce, but I would like volunteers, yes, to tell me either your expectations or the challenges that you face, either in Digital Europe or in European funding. Before doing that, please raise your hands. Who has been active in Digital Europe before? One? Only one? Who wants to be active in Digital Europe? That's why we're here. Yes? Good. If there was just one hand, that would have been very disappointing. So that's good. If you want to be active, what are your expectations or what are your challenges? If you try to be active in Digital Europe, what were your problems? Or if you are thinking of being active in Digital Europe, what are your possible barriers for not allowing you to be active in Digital Europe? So I would like some volunteers to tell me, and I will write out the challenges, because the course now will aim on addressing those challenges, those barriers. When you do that, if you wish, tell me your name, tell me your expertise in European funding programs, if you have been successful, what is your interest, your key area of activity, and last but not least, this is what I'm highly interested in, why you're here, your expectations, and or any challenges that you face by being active in Digital Europe. So who wants to start? Who is brave enough for morning? Yeah? Anyone? You have been active. What were your challenges?
Hello. So my name is Daiva. I'm from the Vienna Innovation Center. I've been in Nicola since maybe 15 years.
Something like that, yes. In Cyprus.
So good, but I became a project manager in Horizon Project.
Wow.
Yes, so our organization, the Vienna Innovation Center, is among top 5 probably Horizon Project implementers in Lithuania. And we are number 1 among non-universities, so we implement many Horizon projects and digital program as well. We are coordinator of European Digital Innovation Hub, so that's why we had this experience in digital program. And my expectation is, because the biggest issue in writing application is impact.
Mm-hmm.
Impact measurement. And also, maybe you have a good practice from other countries how to ensure co-financing a digital program.
How to ensure?
Co-financing.
Mm-hmm.
Because digital program, I think it's not so nice program as Horizon because it's usually 15%. So here's maybe you have this good practice from other countries.
Yeah? Too late, but I will write. So the challenges is impact and co-financing issues. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Daiva. Nice. Anyone else? Like to raise some from any European funding program? Because believe me, any barriers that you have in any European funding program are applicable also in Digital Europe. I mean, apart from Horizon Europe, that for non-profit organizations, the co-funding rate is 0, which is, there is 100% funding. All the other European funding programs, they have that kind of barrier. You need to co-finance them. And impact is something that is a requirement in all European funding programs. What is impact? Impact is benefits. So what are the benefits from your project? Scientific benefits, economical benefits, societal benefits. This exists in all European funding programs or even in national funding programs. So if you have any barriers, not necessarily in Digital Europe, because you might haven't been involved, that will be more than welcome. Anything else that you would like here to raise? You know everything. No barriers. Nothing. Yeah. Who has been active in European funding programs? In general, European funding programs. Nice. What were your barriers on that? Any barriers? Any challenges that you had? Huh? Because it's not a straightforward process. I'm sure about that. It can be quite challenging, no? Who has been successful in European funding programs? Okay, Daiva. Which was your... Raza, nice to see you also. Oh man, it's a small word. Again, another student. Yes, nice. From Cyprus again. Yes, Cyprus, yes. I used to organize 1-week training events in proposal writing in European funds. In a very nice hotels in Cyprus, I see here all students. But that was again, 15 years ago, eh? Yeah, you haven't changed at all, both of you. So time doesn't touch you. So you were active in Erasmus Plus, I think, by that time. Are you still active in Erasmus Plus?
Yes, I am.
So any problems in Erasmus Plus?
Probably the most important is good idea for the project. So I think it's okay. When you have a good idea and good vision, it's not so difficult to write down, but at first it should be a good idea.
Okay, thank you for that, because that is useful idea. Now, we need to be a little bit careful on that. Why? Because we have, and I have explained that in the first course, we have 2 types of calls. We have bottom-up and top-down calls. What does that mean? That means that bottom-up call is a call that expects great ideas. Erasmus Plus, for example, is a bottom-up call. In Horizon Europe sub-program, European Research Council is a bottom-up call. Marie Curie actions are a bottom-up call. In Horizon Europe, Pillar 3 actions are a bottom-up call. Widening actions are bottom-up calls. We need great ideas. On the other hand, we have also top-down calls. And top-down calls is that you don't need a great idea. Top-down calls is the European Commission expects very clearly what they need to develop. What should be the project objectives? What should be the project outcomes and deliverables? What they need is they need expertise or experience in order to fulfill those top-down calls. And actually, Digital Europe is a top-down call. So they have very clear expectations and many in Pillar 2 also for Horizon Europe. So Digital Europe program is a top-down goal. What does that mean? That means you don't need that much a great idea, like in Erasmus+, but you need to have resources, you need to have great network, and you need to have expertise in a specific domain in order to do what? To fulfill the expectations of the call. So it's not that much an idea issue, it's an expertise issue. And thank you for raising that, because that gives me the opportunity to clarify that in Digital Europe, because it is quite challenging. In a bottom-up call, as soon as you find a great idea, then it can work quite smoothly. But in a Digital Europe call, you need to fulfill the expectations from that call. All right. Okay. Thank you for that, because that allows me also to see to clarify some things already regarding Digital Europe, and of course see your barriers and expectations. Let's see a little bit the structure, because this will be the structure that we will follow also. Here it is slightly changed from your agenda. So what we will do, first of all, because many of you haven't attended the first course, I'm going to have a very quick recapitulation on Digital Europe program, but in a way of the Pareto rule, the 80-20 rule. Who is aware of the 80-20 rule, Pareto rule, more or less? Good. What does that mean? That means that with 20% of your effort or of your knowledge, you can achieve 80% of the total value. So what are we going to do here? I'm going to talk about those 20% things that you need to know in Digital Europe that are so powerful and so essential that will give you the 80% value that you can have in Digital Europe program. Yes? So that's a small recapitulation, but the essential things that I need to make sure that we are all at the level that we should be if we wish to write a successful proposal in Digital Europe. And that's the first module. It's going to be quite quick. Then, as soon as we clarify that, talk to you also on what you need to be aware, how you read a call topic, how you know that this call topic is for you, then we will be able, and I will go and discuss the grant application in Digital Europe that consists of 4 parts, the relevance parts, the implementation, the impact, and the work plan. So I'm going to discuss how you build each one of those modules. Step by step. Each one of those sections has subsections. So we're going to discuss what you need to be aware for each one of those subsections. And then we could have stopped there. That's enough. I mean, you should have already some idea. You have the knowledge, but knowledge is not power. What is power? Power is applied knowledge, when you're applying it. All right. So how we're going to transform knowledge into applied knowledge, how we're going to get power. Then, because I'm very kind today, it's a very nice day outside, I'm going to go one step further. And what is that? I'm going to give you as a tip, first of all, how to use AI for writing a proposal. Who has been using AI for writing a proposal? Nice, nice. Which AI tools you have been using? Which AI models, tools you've been using? Copilot? Gemini of Google. What else? Anthropic, which is Claude. What else? Perplexity for search. Who has been using ChatGPT? Okay, that's okay. That's good. What we are going to have, as soon as I tell you some basic things regarding AI, then, and that's, I think, excellent, you will see in your notes, I will give you, I have prepared, and this is actually a very powerful tool. It's actually trade secret, but you will have it. I prepared prompts for each one of the sections and subsections in the Digital Europe program. So do you want to write a full proposal? You can start writing, or you have already written some sections in a proposal in Digital Europe. Then you will take the prompts and you will try to improve them with a part of your proposal. So either you will improve a proposal with those prompts if you have already started writing one, or you can start from scratch. And you will see, if you dedicate effort, that by the end of this training, in the afternoon, you will have almost a full proposal ready, a draft one, of course. And what I would like to highlight is, of course, the AI is not a panacea, is not something that can write a full proposal from scratch and then that's it and you submit it. But it will be an excellent starting point. So you will have a full proposal that by following the prompts that is something like 20% ready, 30%, but it's an excellent starting point. You don't stop there, you go on, and this is what you need to understand, because from 20% of a proposal is not enough for having that proposal accepted. Therefore, we will have a very powerful set of prompts and a full proposal to go back to our organization tomorrow and say, we have a proposal ready, let's see whether we can improve it now with feedback, let's see who else as a partner can be on board and submit it next month. Because next month there are already some calls that are closing regarding Digital Europe. And this is why you are in tables. Why you are in tables like that? Because you're going to work with your table, either in your own proposal or each one in your table in a different one, to see how you can start applying what we're learning here. Any questions so far? Are we okay with that process? All right. Excellent. So, yes? We did that on course 1, actually, to tell you the truth. And there is a recorded version that you can have a look. But superficially, we're going to discuss the different sub-programs, yes. But in detail, we had it in the first course. But we will do it also, superficially.
This recording is publicly shared?
Really, probably the course 1?
Yes, we had that record on our website. And after the trainings, maybe I'll send all these free links. So I'll send the link of today's training and 2 previous trainings. One was on-site and one was online, and you'll be able to watch everything. Okay? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you for that question. That was useful. All right. Now, so that's more or less the recipe, because most of us, when we are invited or when we have decided to develop a proposal, we're at this stage where we don't know where to start. Yes? So from that stage, in order to go to that one, which is I know now how to develop a full proposal in Digital Europe, there are just more or less 3 steps. You need to know, first of all, as I said, the 20% of what exists regarding Digital Europe in order to get 80% value. So that's why we call it the Digital Europe Intelligence, and specifically how you read a call in Digital Europe. So we will do that. Then you will see what are the key elements in sections and subsections in a Digital Europe proposal, what you need to be aware, how you write each one of those sections. So you need to have that kind of knowledge. And then, as soon as we complete step 2, then we will go to step 3, which step 3 is actually an extra step, is not an essential one. We could have stopped there, but it's an extra one, and I think completes the full recipe on how to use an AI intelligence in writing each one of the different sections in Digital Europe. And that is mainly, as soon as we complete some basic stuff, that is mainly the hands-on practice that we will focus this afternoon. So let's see the first one. Here, to confirm the essentials. One very important element is you need to understand why we have Digital Europe and why we need to understand that. Not only for policy-making reasons or for political reasons, where the money go, because these reasons why we have Digital Europe should be reflected in your proposal. So any proposal that you are dealing with in Digital Europe has to address almost all of those 6 impacts, benefits. And it's very important to see how these are addressed. So one thing that is very important is impact 1, is that we need to become #1 global players in digital-based solutions. Europe is facing one problem, and what is that problem? We are #1 as Europe, we are #1 developers of scientific knowledge. We are in the European researchers are the ones that they manage to publish in the top scientific journals most of the scientific publications that they have. So we are #1 in creating a forefront novel scientific knowledge. #1 in the whole world. However, we are not doing that well in transforming those research findings into globally competitive solutions. We have US, we have South Korea, we have other countries that they're doing, China, that they're doing that much better. So although we produce the best scientific knowledge that we could have, we don't exploit that scientific knowledge. So that's why we have Digital Europe, that as you will see, one of the core aspects is to develop digital solutions to penetrate the market, even by the end of the project. So it's not a research project. Digital Europe doesn't deal with research. Deals with you're going to use research, you're going to use infrastructures in order, by the end of the project, if possible, to have digital solutions that are globally competing in the market. If you don't have that in your proposal, you will fail in Digital Europe. As simple as that, in any sub-program of Digital Europe. So you remember that, that's the first thing. The second is impact two, that we want to attract investments. The fact that there is co-financing, there is a big reason on that. What is that reason? The reason is that by Digital Europe, we expect you to penetrate global markets. So we expect you actually to create some profit after the end of the project. So if we expect you to do that, then your solution, as soon as, in order to be accepted, it should be globally competitive in the market. That's why we are not going to fund you 100%. Why? Because we expect you by the end of the project to have a commercial solution that will give you profit, so you will have a return of your investment in a Digital Europe program. Do you follow that? Because that's very important. Is that clear? Yes?
What are expectations for the return of investment?
Well,
Monetary or in percentage value?
in money, monetary.
Yes, but what are the size?
Well, it depends on how competitive your solution is. Yes? They don't expect you by the first year after the end of the project to have a break-even from your investment, but what they do require is they require that your solution will producing income, will producing revenue, whatever that is, after the end of the project. So you need to have a solution on that. Okay? It's not a research project.
Yes, it's business project.
It's a business project,
That's
exactly.
why I'm talking about the numbers.
Yes. Well, you need to estimate that. Because you need to have a market analysis, you need to see how that will be.
By ourselves, but not by the expectations from European Commission.
Yes, but you need to show some evidence during the project execution that you're towards the business targets that you have. All right. So that's a different mentality than, for example, in Horizon Europe, that we have different expectations, where in many programs there, not in all of them, the focus is on research and not innovation. In Digital Europe, the focus is on innovation and commercialization. Solutions for society, solutions for markets, economical and societal benefits. The next one is, of course, for some programs, Impact 3. What that could be? Any ideas? Because this is copy and paste from European Commission, maybe they don't understand. Regain control over Europe's value chains. What that might be? I will give you a hint regarding semiconductors. What kind of problems we face in semiconductors? There's a sub-program in Digital Europe that is dealing with semiconductors. What is the problem that we face in semiconductors as Europe? The raw material, access to the raw material. Yes? Maybe lithium or any other material that we need for developing semiconductors. We don't even have access to that, first of all. All the mines of producing the raw material are owned by organizations outside Europe. So that's one thing. And the other one is the manufacturing process, as it says, that is not made in Europe, but is made in other countries, like China, so we don't have control. If there is an issue now, for example, if China decides to attack Taiwan, where in Taiwan 60 or 70% of all the semiconductors are produced, Europe will have a problem. You realize that? Yes? So that's why we need to become independent. And we need to have all the value chain players. This is the case specifically in Digital Europe. They want to achieve that. So that's why we have the semiconductors sub-program. That's why we have also AI sub-program, as you will see. Why? Because most of the AI tools and models are developed outside Europe. Yes or no? Yes. The ones that you just said, all of them, they were not European models. All right. So that's why we need to be independent. So that's why you need to see how that is reflected. And of course, we need, as I said, the impact is not scientific impact. We don't produce new scientific knowledge in Digital Europe. We create societal impact and economical impact, which means we give solutions to improve the quality of life of citizens. That is called societal benefits. And we commercialize our solutions in order to advance growth and create economic impact. This is the purpose of any Digital Europe program. All right. And then we have, of course, we need the adoption, Impact 5, the adoptions of digital solutions across Europe from different regions. That's why we have the digital innovation hubs also. This is one of the core purposes of that, to facilitate that. So that's impact 5. And impact 6 is the locomotive machine, the machine behind the economy in Europe is small and medium enterprises, small companies. 90% of the economy is operated from small and medium enterprises. These are the ones that are quite more flexible to adapt new technologies, so they're not like monolithic like industry that might take a lot of time to make a decision to adopt digital solutions in their own systems. And SMEs are more open to contribute to gaps that we have as in the digital innovation ecosystem. So we need to support SMEs, small and medium enterprises, to purchase or access digital infrastructure. Is that related to artificial intelligence, to high-performance computing, to cybersecurity? In all these areas, we need to help them to use that, because by using these solutions, they will transform their momentum also and their growth. So make sure that these 6 impacts, some of them less, some of them more, sorry, are reflected in your Digital Europe proposal. Is that clear? Very important, the impact, very important. Now, next thing, these are the European Commission that is responsible on Digital Europe. They use a specific terminology that might be a little bit confusing. Instead of saying some programs of Digital Europe, they call them specific objectives, which can be a little bit confusing. So whenever you see the word here, specific objectives in Digital Europe, that means sub-program. So Digital Europe consists of 6 different sub-programs. There is one sub-program under Digital Europe that develops funding opportunities for high-performance computing. There is another sub-program of Digital Europe that is initiating funding opportunities and managing projects relating to artificial intelligence and big data. There is another sub-program of Digital Europe that deals with cybersecurity. There is another sub-program that deals with training on players in Europe to acquire advanced digital skills, not digital skills on how to use a computer, advanced digital skills, how to develop AI models, for example, how to process big data. This is what advanced means. We have another sub-program that deals with the adoption of digital technologies across regions. And we have another sub-program that deals with semiconductors. And that's Digital Europe. So Digital Europe consists of 6 sub-programs. And each sub-program, it has its own management procedures and governance. Different entities, they are responsible. We have a different entity responsible for each one of those 6 sub-programs. If you try to see it as specific objective, you might get confused. But that's the terminology that the European Commission uses. But in your minds, I would like to see it as sub-programs in order to find it easier. Otherwise, you will get confused. All right. And now let me do a poll and raise your hands. Who is interested in sub-program of high-performance computing? All right. On the sub-program artificial intelligence? Okay. On cybersecurity and trust? Nice. On advanced digital skills? Okay, nice. On adoption of ICT in regions? Of course, you have to. It's what you're doing. And on semiconductors? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so I see that the most popular ones are artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, advanced skills, and maybe high-performance computing. Yeah? All right, Interesting. That's good. Any questions so far on that? So this is, I want you, 6 subprograms. Now, another thing that is very different is that in Digital Europe, that's why it is a top-down call, the European Commission is fully aware of what they want to achieve. Not only from the quality point of view, but from the quantity point of view. How much in numbers they want to achieve. And they call it KPI, which are key performance indicators of different levels, as you will see. So we have KPIs for all Digital Europe programs. Yes, all the Digital Europe programs, they have more or less the same KPIs. And then we have different levels of KPIs that are different numbers that are expected more or less per sub-program, per specific objective. And then per call. So European Commission says, look, in order to award a Digital Europe proposal, I would like measurable results by the end of the project. And they call them KPIs, key performance indicators. This is actually a unique element of that European funding program. You don't have that in Horizon Europe, you don't have that in Erasmus+, you don't have that in any other program. To tell you, by the end of the project, I expect those measurable, or 1 or 2 years after the end of the project, I expect those measurable targets to be achieved. So that's a novel concept. And I would like you to remember that because you need to change your mindset from any other European funding program when you're active in Digital Europe. And this is actually what makes Digital Europe quite challenging, because not many people are familiar with that kind of requirement in a call. So the high level key performance indicators that we have, they call them contextual KPIs, is you see that we have specific numbers for skills, what we would like. We would like 20 million specialists in AI tools and analyzing big data. And we would like also not the majority to be males or females, we would like a balance also on who are getting trained. We would like in infrastructures, you will see here, specific expectations at a high level. We like from the economy point of view, specific expectations. Or from the public governmental services, we would like also specific expectations. So what is your role? Your role is, if you're dealing with e-health, for example, if there is a call regarding e-health, you need to see that, okay, I need to make sure that I will have 100% available medical records in a digital format. No more analog format. Yes?
And what with cybersecurity things? Because we have, even in Lithuania, lots of issues with the information about medical records, also from public or from private companies who has hacked, and all medical records is in the internet.
Yes, so that's one element is yes, of course you need to make sure that everything is available in digital format, but if you have that, then there is a big risk to, since it's a digital format, to have a leak through a cyber attack. So that's why there are calls also, and we're going to talk about those calls that are that want to make sure that the digital infrastructure in the health sector is attack-proof. So there is a call on that. Now, there aren't any here, let me see, on the high-level ones, but we have on the, here, I will go back. So we have here on, these are the KPIs for cybersecurity and trust. So on one hand, you need 100% availability of digital records. On the other hand, you need to make sure that you have infrastructure, cybersecurity infrastructure or tools that are protecting in different areas the cyber attacks. So we have here specific ones related to cybersecurity, which means that if you are developing a proposal under Digital Europe for that sub-program, for cybersecurity and trust, you need to contribute towards to those specific targets. So you need your proposal to contribute and you need to have them. And actually this is the case not only for cybersecurity and trust, this is for all the sub-programs. So in high-performance computing, we have specific targets that we need to achieve. In sub-program of artificial intelligence, specific measurable targets. And actually, we have some that sound quite general, because these are more or less political, but there are also each call, each funding opportunity might have their own expected measurable targets. So you need to check which are those in the call that you're targeting under a specific sub-program. And the same for advanced digital skills. What do we expect? Some general ones for those sub-program, but we need to check also if there are some in the call. And always, and you will see today, you're going to learn also how we read the call. Yes? Yes?
I have some second target.
Yes, this one?
So could you explain this?
Yes.
How this with recruiting ICT specialists, because as I heard this year, so a lot of like graduates not finding job at all in ICT area. So what they mean?
Yes. So, first of all, you have here some targets. These are at the political level. So the politicians say we spend some money in Digital Europe. We would like to see across Europe some improvement. By 2029, they would like to see that. I will explain.
I work in headhunting for
Yes.
18 years, so I don't understand this question.
Yes, yes. I will tell you how you're going to interpret it and how you're going to apply it in your case. Here we have a number of enterprises, in particular SMEs, having difficulty in recruiting ICT specialists. So, on one hand, you say that we have a lot of graduates with ICT skills, but they cannot find a job. Correct? This is the problem. One of them. So, here we would like, on the other hand, if you want to use digital skills, and you want to use digital infrastructure, you need to recruit people that are with advanced skills in ICT. So, here, what it says is we would like to have, and we reduce the number of enterprises that I would like to make easier for SMEs to recruit ICT graduates. Now, this is impossible to do it at a European level, because you cannot have a project that will say you, I will facilitate for all Europe, all the SMEs, to be easier for them to find people with ICT skills. What I will do, I will organize a pilot. That pilot, we might have organizations from Lithuania, from Greece, from Poland, from Latvia, and before the beginning of the project, I will have to do an assessment. Okay, I will have to know that if I'm going to submit a proposal under this call. How many companies face difficulties in recruiting ICT people? You need to know that. Yes? And then, okay, these are the actions that I'm going to do during the project execution in my pilot, in these 3 countries, in these 3 regions, in those organizations. And at the end of the project, I'm going to measure how much I have improved that indicator. So as soon as I do that, then my purpose is I have some success record, yes or no? Not at a global level, but for the pilot sites, correct? Okay. So I'm going, first of all, I have clear evidence that the processes that I follow, they work. So, and I managed to do that at specific regions, by specific collaborations, by specific trainings, by recruiting, and before recruiting, educating the people that will work with different activities and actions. Then I'm going also, this is one part of the success of your project. The second one is that you need, okay, give me as a project to the rest of the Europe actors your good practices. How did you do that? What were the practices that you did in order in your pilot sites to have those success records? To reduce the number of enterprises that they're having difficulty in recruiting ICT skills. And you have a replication handbook, and one of the purposes of your project, in order to be successful in the proposal stage, is to have a clear communication and raising awareness strategy that will promote that handbook, replication handbook, across other regions in your country and outside the country within Europe. So, and I would like you to clarify, the projects that you're going to get funded, they're not going to solve the European problem. They're going to contribute towards that.
Like a good example.
Like a good paradigm, a good example, a good practice. This is how you need to do it. Because otherwise, you will say, this is not a project for me. It's impossible for me to do it.
Not impossible, but it's like a problem.
It's an analogy one. It's a proportion one. With 5 million euros or 6 million euros, you cannot have that for the whole Europe. You can have it for a small region in your country. For another small region, another country. For another small region, another country that you have a consortium. You create evidence, you see what works, what doesn't work, and then you promote that as a very good practice. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
That was a very good question. Yes?
Could we go through the next levels, for example, supporting KPIs in this S04, they are not applicable, but in others are applicable, and maybe to look shortly into topic level KPIs related to work program to have better view on how they are linked.
We will see some work programs later on that, so we will see the KPIs on that. But let's say now this one, which is one level higher, the supporting KPIs. So now here it is on cybersecurity and trust. So number of entities supported in strengthening preparedness for and response to major cyber security incidents. So here you need to have 300 by the end of 2025. What does that mean? That means when you need organizations that they didn't have any cyber security protection, with the support of Digital Europe, to be now proof to have full protections against cyber attacks. How many that should be? In that, they have 300. Now, in the program, they specify also in the sector. There is a call now that says about healthcare organizations. Healthcare organizations that they are vulnerable of cyber attacks because they have a lot of digital records and they haven't taken any measurements in protecting from cyber attacks those records, they are exposed. So we would like now to have a full protection so they don't have any vulnerability against cyber attacks. From the beginning of Digital Europe, how many those were? 0, we start from 0. By the end of the project, we expect to have plus 300.
But it's not the company who is applying for finance?
No, it's for the whole program. It's for the whole Europe, let's say. So how many organizations Digital Europe supported by 2025 in order from zero protection from cybersecurity to have full protection in cybersecurity? They want 300. This is not the aim specifically of one project. It's the aim of the whole sub-program of cybersecurity and trust. So we need 300 more organizations fully protected from cyber attacks in critical areas. And depending on the call, there is one call now regarding healthcare. Yeah?
So I would ask specific questions later.
Okay, good. Any other question on that? Because we have here different ones. And you will see, yes?
I have one question regarding this semiconductor field.
Yes?
Because it could be only partnership inside Europe, or also could be partnership, for example, with Europe country and with, for example, Taiwan country.
Yes, but for Taiwan, we will not get funded. You can have it as a partner unless there is a special agreement in that call specifically requesting the participation of countries, of organizations from Taiwan or other ones that they manufacture semiconductors. And that should be mentioned in the call. If it is not mentioned in the call specifically, then it is not something that can be funded. They can participate, but without any funding. Unless it is mentioned explicitly as a partner. Unless it is mentioned explicitly in the call that they require that. All right. So we always read the call. And one of the tasks that we're going to do today is you're going to master how you pay attention to details in the call, because that's important. But before doing that, because that will be the next one, is I would like to highlight here, first of all, the technological maturity levels, technological readiness level as the European Commission uses as a term, in projects in Digital Europe. Before going that, I would like to go through a little bit the full research and innovation development cycle, because you need to understand that in order to see why we have that kind of high TRLs. And what is a TRL? So when we create an idea, when we manage to prove on paper, in theory, that our crazy idea can work. So for example, when Albert Einstein said that, proved on paper that you can convert sunlight into electricity, he was under TRL 1, because he proved that only on paper. TRL 2 was when you prove on paper, in theory, not only that your crazy idea can work with some models, some mathematical equations, and etc., but also the technology in order to convert to sunlight into electricity that can exist. So when you prove in theory on paper that the technology that can support your crazy idea, you have reached TRL 2. You're still on paper, in theory, equations, mathematical, whatever. When you conduct the first experiments in the lab and you receive positive findings, then you have reached TRL 3, the first experiments. But there is still further work to be done inside the lab. When you are done with all the experiments in the lab, and you say now, yes, I know now, I know more experiments in the lab, I have the clear green traffic light to go outside and test it with end users. No more, I have reached TRL 4, when you are done with all your experiments in the lab. TRL 5 is when you have your first experiments with end users in their intended environment, and it's a limited number of end users, a handful of end users. Then that is TRL 5. And now let's see where the Digital Europe starts. Digital Europe expects you, the starting point of your project, to be a large demonstration of your solution. So to test your solution with a big number of end users. This is the starting point, and this is TRL 6. That's the starting point normally of your Digital Europe project. And if you start with a big number of end users testing your solution, by the end of the project, as a rule of thumb, they expect you to have a complete system ready. A complete system ready. And when you start in your Digital Europe project with the finalizing the testing, all the testing, no more testing with your solution, by the end of the project, you are expected to penetrate with your solution global markets. And that's extremely important. Why? Because you know with that diagram here, what should be the starting point and the end point of your project. So if you are starting with a large-scale demonstration as you're supposed to start, then by the end of the project, you need to have a complete solution ready, not necessarily penetrating the market. If your starting point is that you are almost done with the testing of your solution, no more testing, limited one, then by the end of the project, you are expected to have penetrating with your solution global markets. And that is a lifesaver. Why? Because it gives you very clearly what you should be more or less your starting point and your end point of your solution. Yes?
Because I'm not sure I got the point, because you mentioned that you should be ready to penetrate markets. Also, you, after a few sentences, mentioned that you should not penetrate market, but should have a ready solution. Could you clarify?
Yes, I will clarify. If it depends on what is the starting point of your solution at the beginning of the project. So if at the beginning of the project, you are starting with a demonstration, a pilot testing of your solution, by the end of the project, you need to have a complete solution ready. That is one case. The other case is, if the starting point of your project is that you are almost done with the testing, limited testing anymore, by the end of the project, you need to penetrate with your solution global markets. That's the difference. So it depends on the starting point of your solution at the beginning of the project. So Digital Europe project, they deal with solutions that are very close to the market. And whether you're going to penetrate or not by the end of the project, your solution, depends on what is the starting point of your project. Normally, we need to have 2 TRLs increase. Exactly. So, if at the beginning of the project it's TRL 6 plus 2, we need to have a TRL 8. If it is TRL 7 plus 2, we need to have a TRL 9. As a rule of thumb, 2 TRLs increase. If you manage by the end of the project if your starting point is TRL 6, but you see that with the momentum, the resources, you manage to have it also as TRL 9, that's okay. It's more than welcome. So we say here minimum 2 TRLs increase are expected. But if your starting point is TRL 6, it's not necessarily required to penetrate the markets. What is expected at least is to have the solution ready, complete. not commercialized though yet. Clear? That one? Yeah? So it's very helpful, because now you know the starting point and the end point of your project, where you need to start and where you need to stop. What does that mean? That means that if you haven't went through those stages, if you don't have already an infrastructure ready to start pilot testing, Digital Europe is not for you. So if you don't have the infrastructures already there, Digital Europe is not for you. We don't expect you to develop new solutions in cybersecurity. Let's put it that way. You're going to take existing solutions in cybersecurity and you're going to apply it in healthcare organizations in order to see whether they're working and how they should be working well. With a pilot testing. You follow that? Because that's extremely important, huh? It's not like in Horizon Europe or even in Erasmus+. No research in Digital Europe. We start with pilot testing. So we need to have the infrastructures already ready for start testing them with a big number of end users. So when you are preparing a course in cybersecurity, you need to have and the cybersecurity solutions and the infrastructure that will accept those cybersecurity solutions ready, and start pilot testing with a big number of them. So this is just to go through a little bit the different type of actions that we have. We have the simple grants. This is the majority of the funding opportunities in Digital Europe. For the ones that are familiar with Horizon Europe, you can say that these are more or less similar to innovation actions, just for you to have an alignment in order to understand better the different type of grants that we have. So their aim, as you see, is not any research, but demonstrate, validate, market replicate new or alter or improve products, processes, services. So we need to demonstrate. We don't develop anything. So we need to have prototyping, testing, demonstrating activities, and of course, large-scale product replication. Depends on what is the starting point and the end point of your project. So we have simple grants. For an analogy for the ones that are active in Horizon Europe is innovation actions, more or less. And we have also the coordination support actions there. These are supporting measures. We don't have that many in Digital Europe. The concept behind it is to promote, raise awareness about the projects, about different projects, about portfolio of projects, to support standardization, to support promotion and raising awareness about Digital Europe projects in a specific sub-program. So we don't have any development, we don't have any prototyping, we don't have any pilot testing, and we don't have TRLs in that case. We have also specific actions for SMEs. One, in some cases, even two SMEs to support in a project, so you get funding. One SME could get a specific funding for a specific action, again, within the TRLs 6 to 9. And we have also the financial support to third parties, or cascade funding as it is. What is cascade funding? Cascade funding is that, or financial support to third parties, is that the big consortium receives a big budget from Digital Europe, and then they issue their own calls of proposals and invite SMEs to give some of that funding to those SMEs in order to do some specific tasks. And why it is called cascade? Because Horizon Digital Europe program gives funding to the big consortium, and the big consortium distributes that funding to SMEs. So that's why it's cascade. It's like a waterfall. From Digital Europe to the big consortium, from the big consortium to different SMEs. And that's called cascade funding, and can be quite attractive because it's easier in that case to receive some funding as an SME from a big consortium that has received already that funding and they're responsible to distribute it. So these are mainly the 4 types of grants that we have. Some of them are 70% funding rate, some of them are 50% funding rate, apart from the coordination support action, which is 100% funding. In addition, in Digital Europe, we have also the lump sum grant. What is that? I mean, in a lump sum, you specify at the proposal stage a very detailed budget breakdown. So you specify in a detailed Excel spreadsheet what are the costs per work package, what are the costs per partner, what are the costs per cost category, in a very detailed one. Per organization, per work package, and per task. So you describe in detail your budget. And that can be quite cumbersome because even if your proposal is not accepted, you need to be very detailed in the budget distribution allocation. On the other hand, the positive thing is that as soon as your project is accepted, then you don't need any financial reports to submit. You deliver the work that you promised, you're getting paid. You're getting paid a very good advance payment of 40%, and then at the beginning of the project, and then as soon as you complete the work package that you're supposed to complete and deliver the deliverables, you're getting paid the rest of the payment. And there are no financial audits also. By the end of the day, they don't care. Does it cost you more? Does it cost you less? They don't mind that. As long as you deliver the work that you promised to deliver. If you don't deliver some of them, then there might be a reduction in the funding that you receive. All right. So that's a lump sum. And that is becoming more and more popular. Digital Europe works with lump sums on that. And these are, as I said, the maximum funding rates. As I said, for coordination support action, 100%. For SME support actions, 75%. We have a funding rate of 50%. But this, in some, depending on the call, you might have it 75%, but as a general rule, we have 50%. And the lump sum grants, as I said, depending on the funding rate, they are funding 100% if it is coordination support actions, or 75% in some cases, but this is mentioned. So you need to remember that typically the funding rate of Digital Europe is 50%. In some calls or in some exceptional cases, it is described in the call, it could be 75% or 100%. But the normal rule is 50%. And I repeat, it is 50%. Why? Because they expect you to have solutions that will create revenues for you after the end of the project. So you need to be very well motivated to participate in the project because you see real market value out of it. If you don't see that and you go just for the funding, then Digital Europe program is not for you. So you need, regarding the co-financing issues here, you need to participate in a project only on the condition that you see after the end of the project that you can have some revenues out of it. 1 year, 2 years after that, but you need to see the clear momentum. If you don't see that there is a clear business potential on that with the solutions that are going to be demonstrated and integrated, then you don't participate in the Digital Europe program. You see real value out of it. So otherwise, you leave it there because it's not for you. Clear? That one. Around 11 o'clock, we're going to have a break, so let's go a little bit more, 4 minutes. Now, another interesting thing is the digital dashboard of of Digital Europe. This is where you can see, if you go to the digital dashboard, you can see also the projects that have been funded in a specific area. You can see also a summary of them. This can be quite handy because it's useful to see what kind of projects have been funded in previous calls. Who has been using Digital Dashboard before? Of course, Aurelia, yes. No one else? Okay, it's a useful one. In course one, I've shown also a demonstration on how to use Digital Dashboard. So make sure if you're going to find out more information on that, you just go there, you just navigate, you put some search terms, and you can have all the projects that have been funded in specific areas. That can be useful because you can see the winning profile of consortia. What was the starting TRL? What they promised to deliver at the end of that? How many partners there were? How much was their budget? And then find the project website from the title of the project, because here it says the project title. It has a project title. So based on that, if you go and take that title and put it in Google, it will give you the link of finding more information regarding that project. So you can understand, okay, how many partners there were, what was the starting point, what was the work package structure. So you can understand the winning profile of projects under the call, under the program, not the call, under the program that you are interested in. From 1 to 6. We have 6 sub-programs, as we discussed. So that can be quite useful. In Digital Europe, we don't have, like in Horizon Europe, Cordis. What is Cordis? In Horizon Europe, a huge database with all the projects that have been funded. We don't have that. So that's why we would like to use the Digital Dashboard for that. It's another way to do it. Now, for the next 2 minutes before, we need to see the sources that we are reading the funding call. I mean, there are online sources. The first one is a huge, the Funding and Data Portal, where the Funding and Data Portal is an online portal on behalf of the European Commission. You have the link in your notes that gives all the funding opportunities from all the programs of the European Union. One of those programs is the Digital Europe program. So if you select the Digital Europe program, you will see the funding opportunities. You can select also the submission status. I would like to have only the open ones or the forthcoming ones, not the closed ones. So there are some selection criteria here. So you can have from that online database those calls that the Digital Europe funds or has funded, if you choose also closed, to have an idea. So that's interesting. Another way also, for me, that is quite interesting is, apart from finding the funding opportunities online, is to go to the Funding and Data Portal under the reference document. This is a direct link there. And you download in PDF those work programs related to the Digital Europe. Why to download them in a PDF format? Well, or from the Digital Europe website. Why? Because the PDF, in many cases, has more details than the online version. So what I mean with that is that, and I have it a little bit there, so you go to the Funding and Data Portal, you select a specific funding opportunity. This one here, for example, is specialized education programs in key capacity areas like AI, and is the same here from the reference documents. If you download it, so the online version gives you just that information, one page. The PDF version gives you far more information. This is not in all the cases, but in most of the cases, the PDF has more information. So always, what I want you to remember is when you're targeting a specific call, you check the PDF version. You have the online version, you have a quick, but you check the PDF version because in many cases, it can have more information than the online version. So you do that. Another thing that it's important when you check the PDF version is or the online, is to check the topic updates, whether there were any changes. Because maybe there are some changes that were introduced and you might not be aware of those. So always check the history of change to see whether there need to be some changes that you need to be aware of. On that. Okay, I would like to stop here. Is that a time for a break now? Or yes, it is time for break now. Eh? Okay, I would like to stop here. Why? Because then I want to have fresh mind for you to show you how we read the call topic description. Yes? And that's why let's have a break until 11:15. Is that okay? 11:15 or 15 minutes, yes. 15, so quarter to 11. Quarter to 11, so it is 13 minutes. Okay, 11:17, Todd. Okay, 11:17, not 11:15, 11:17. All right. Okay, so I hope you had a nice coffee break. You revitalize yourselves. So now let's discuss a little bit what kind of intelligence exists in the call topic description. Any call, so you even if it is in an online format or in a PDF format, it has some text. So we need to be able to understand that text, what that is. Most of the calls, so I have here this one because I was told that many of you are probably interested on that one. So it is on cybersecurity in the health sector, that call, so to reinforce hospitals and healthcare providers regarding the cybersecurity aspect. So, okay, they have here objective. Whenever you see the title objective here, that means that this is the core purpose of the funding project. So all the projects that are funded under this call, in order to be successful, they need to convincingly justify that this is the core purpose of all those funding projects. So that's one thing. Then as soon as after the objective, normally the text follows have another title that is the scope. Normally the first paragraph or the first two paragraphs of the scope, they talked about the key problem that has to be addressed. The core societal challenge. Now, this is very important for you because if you are going to submit a proposal under that, you need, and that's a traffic light, you need to be able to quantify how big that problem is. So they talked here, yes, there is a growing need for continuous cybersecurity monitoring, threat intelligence, and etc. in hospitals and healthcare providers. You need to say, okay, how many incidents we have of cyber attacks in the healthcare sector? In Europe, or at least in the targeted countries. What was the impact of that? What it costed? How did they deal with that? Did they manage to deal? So they mentioned very superficially, but they give you a very good indication of what is the core problem. In order to be successful and understand that this is the call for you, you need to be able to have the data to quantify how big that problem is and the impact of that problem. If you cannot do that, that call is not for you. Very important. So that's a red traffic light. In some cases, you might you might read the rest of the paragraphs. In some cases, you might see also some hints, some tips on the most appropriate consortium synthesis. Whenever you see that, maybe in some cases, normally we see some hints either on the consortium synthesis or on the approach at the end of the call topic description. But in that call specifically, they give some hints already right after the problem. Okay, we make a note on that, because we need to make sure that we have all those players on board that they are suggesting. And after that, the scope normally after the problem talks about the specific project objectives. What are the project objectives that the winning project under that call will have to achieve? And in some cases it is in bullet format, in that case it is in a narrative format, in a paragraph format. So here, it says here, the pilot project will define, the pilot project will develop technical plans. So you see here that we have specific objectives. So you pay special attention on, from the grammar point of view, on what? On the verbs. And then on the objects after the verbs. Define the state of preparedness of clusters for hospitals. Develop technical plans tailored to the needs of the participating and representative hospitals. So immediately, you realize by just taking the verbs and then the objectives, that what are the project objectives. And you do understand that this is a top-down. They are specific expectations. And if we go on the paragraph, conduct and demo implementation of these technical plans. So you develop the plans and then you demonstrate those plans. Again, part of the objectives. You have also demonstration and cybersecurity education and training activities to the staff and the partners. So it gives you the project objectives in a narrative format, and also, if it gives you the project objectives, what it gives you also? An outline of what? In order to achieve the project objectives, what do you need? You need the work plan, yes or no? The work package structure. So it gives you also, more or less, the work packages, an outline. So from the call topic description, it is very clear for you to understand what should be the project objectives and what should be the work package structure from that paragraph. So immediately you have a very good idea of what you need to work on. And then now, in here it is called deliverables. In the online version, you might see it as expected outcomes. This is the PDF version of the calls. You might see it as expected outcomes. You need either deliverables or expected outcomes to consider them as a result by the end of the project. So what, based on those objectives and based on the work packages that we will do, what kind of results we expect to achieve by the end of the project. And this is very important, by the end of the project. Not 1 year after the end of the project, by the end of the project. And that's very useful because now all the bullet points we have here, 5 core results that are expected to be achieved by the end of the project. Sometimes you might see that as expected outcomes. This is what we mean results. When? By the end of the project. That's why, as I said, in Digital Europe, it's a top-down call. You don't need a great idea. You need to have expertise, access to resources, access to healthcare centers, access to cybersecurity infrastructures, access to knowledge regarding cyber attacks, because you need to fulfill specific objectives and you need to achieve specific results. So after those bullet points, of course, yes, it talks about eligibility. So in that case, based on what you asked also, you check whether it allows you to have some partners outside the European Union, or it requires specifically some organization outside the European Union to participate, because you need to comply with those. And these are some further hints on the consortium synthesis. And this is what I said. Normally, we have the consortium synthesis hints at the end of the call. Here we had it also, some hints also right after the call societal challenge. And then it is the type of action. Yes, simple grant. So this is more or less like an innovation action. You remember that we discussed that a little bit earlier. The total budget for the call, okay, indicative budget. How much is the duration, indicative duration? So it is who is the authority that implements it, what are the types of beneficiaries, and also if there are any restrictions regarding to that call. Okay, now you read it, you read the call, whatever there is a Europe call is, you read it word per word, you read it paragraph per paragraph. Now what you need to do is you need to have a go, no-go decision to see whether this is for you. So a go, no-go decision, more or less as a traffic light, consists of 10 questions. Yes, these are the 10 questions that after reading the call topic description, you need to answer them. The first one is, okay, the action type and co-funding. Are we comfortable with the co-funding? It is 50%. Are we comfortable with that? If not, we leave it there. Because if we believe that we cannot cover the rest of the 50% of resources, then that call is not for us. Then we write the scope fit. I mean, what is, in our own words, what is the core purpose, the core objective, the core aim of that call. So it means what is the core aim of the project itself that we're going to submit. Some other, what are really musts that must be delivered in from the winning projects. If you check here in the wording, here will define, will develop, so these are elements that are non-negotiables. Will conduct, will serve. So whenever you see that the verbs here, these are the non-negotiable ones. So make sure that you're feeling comfortable with them and you should be able to deliver them. Normally our pilot demos, training, toolkits, interoperability, assets, in any call, these are Europe, high TRL level, so that's why we have them there. Okay, geography. How many member states must be covered? Are there any specific regions or conditions? So you check here mainly the eligibility, but in addition to that, you read here a little bit the description to see whether what kind of geography will be the one that will create the better impact of the project. So that's the geography. Then, okay, who are the target groups, the ones who are expected to benefit directly? Is it public administrations, SMEs, hospitals, data space participants? Do we have access to those? Can we have them in our consortium as paid as funded partners or as associate partners? Participating associate partner is a participant without any funding. Do we have access to them? Can we bring them on board? Yes, then we go ahead. Okay. Are there any are there any type of organizations or countries that are limited to participate? I mean, they're not allowed to participate. I mean, you need to look here on that call restricted, so you need to see here from a security point of view whether there are, for example, in quantum computing or in high-performance computing, quantum computing, they don't allow anyone outside the Europe to participate. So you need to see whether that's the case here, but it will be mentioned in the call topic description if there is such a restriction. Okay, the duration of the project is expected to be 1.5 or 2 years, in that case here, from the call. Are we feeling comfortable that in 1.5 years or in 2 years' time, we can deliver such an ambitious project with so many objectives and those results? So by the end of the project, by the end of 2 years, we need to achieve those results. Are we feeling comfortable on that? So if we're not feeling comfortable, then we will leave that out. Now, here, in some cases, the budget envelope and size laws, what is the topic's total level implied size per project? In some calls, it tells you also, here it doesn't for that specific call, it tells you also what should be the budget per project. Here it doesn't tell you that. What it tells you is what is the total budget for that call. It doesn't tell you how much should be per project. It doesn't tell you how many projects are expected to get funded. In some other calls on Digital Europe, you have that kind of information. Here you don't. So you need to speculate and see, okay, how much money I need in order to achieve those results, in order to fulfill those objectives. So you need to think about that. And that's a peculiarity for that call. This is not a normal practice for Digital Europe. There are other Digital Europe calls that they specify the budget that they expect. Yes? You want a question?
Regarding budgeting, is it big a problem when company has certain rates for employees and the European Union doesn't accept such level of rates proposed in a proposal? Is it gaps exist such type of?
Okay. That's a good question. If I understand well, what you asked was if you believe you are expensive in your salaries and whether that is something that can be allowed by the European Commission rates.
Do they have limits, something
Yes.
per country?
That's actually what we discussed also in the first course, that they have already a graph on what is the normal average salary per country. And when the evaluators are evaluating the budget of a project that is submitted at the Digital Europe, the European Commission instructs them to look on those rates and see how far they are per country and see whether they are feeling comfortable with that. Yes? So there is a specific link on that. It is part of the first course. But if you Google also, you will be able to find it.
So in summary, if I will propose significantly different than it is view of the European Union Commission, then definitely it will be a problem for us.
Yes, you will take a lower mark under the budget, under the work plan. It will not, it might not affect the whole mark, but under the budget evaluation criteria, you will have some mark less on that. So it will impact the whole total mark that you're going to get, and maybe another proposal that is funded will receive a higher mark, and it will get funded instead of you. Unless you justify very well why you have such a high salary, and maybe you explain that this is not the case for all our personnel. It is only for that specialized personnel because it has some unique knowledge that doesn't exist either in Lithuania or in Europe in general. So you need to be, so that's why you need to check those rates. And if you see that something it is quite excessive, quite higher, then you explain specifically why you have that higher salary. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem, as long as you elaborate that in the work plan. All right. Evidence and KPIs, we talked about that. Digital Europe has already some KPIs that are mandatory or implied and are expected per work program. Can we, and what you need to do is you need, by the beginning of the project, to be able to quantify what is the case. And then you need to say, by the end of the project, what will be your contributions and how much you will increase those KPIs. In the call that we've seen here, they don't have any, for that specific call, that one specific, they don't have any starting KPIs. So they don't have specific KPIs that have to be achieved. They leave that up to you, but that's an exception. In many other call topic descriptions under Digital Europe, we have specific KPIs that are mentioned. In that one, we don't. But what you need to as a KPI, and that's very important. Remind me here what we need to quantify here. Remind me, as I said, in this call. What do we need to quantify? Even though there isn't any KPI that is asked, what do we need here? To show that we know what we're doing, and we need to specify what is the starting point. The challenge. Someone said that. How big the problem is. And what will be our impact through our project, how much we expect to improve that problem. So even though it is not required, even though they don't have any specific expectations, measurable expectations, you need in a winning project under this call, but in any project under Digital Europe, you need to quantify always the current situation. How problematic from the quantity point of view the problem is in the pilots that are participating in your project. And uniqueness, I mean, okay, why do you think your project, why do you think you can make a difference? Where do you think your project is unique? So maybe because you have involved some policy makers as associate partners in the project. Maybe because your project is aligned with some European policies or regional policies. Maybe because of the size of the pilots that you're going to have. Maybe because of some interoperability barriers that you're going to overcome. Maybe because your solution is cost effective, but you need to think, what makes your solution different? Unique on that. So that's a go, no go. If you are feeling comfortable with all these 10 points that you complete for the call, those 10 questions, then that call is for you. Now, let me, and if we want to go a little bit deeper, yes, what you need, to my view, is as soon as you read a call, whatever that call is, you need now to prepare a call topic summary. Not your summary, not your project summary, a call topic summary that will form the foundation for the whole project. So you need to answer some specific questions that will start formulating the framework of your project. So we have here, okay, the call identity basics. So these are more or less copy and paste from the call topic description. What is the call code and title, the work program section, the year, the official objectives, the ones that you take from the call topic description, and if they have already mentioned in the call topic some EU initiatives, policies that are already mentioned in the call, you reference them there. So that's the first step, thing, which is a straightforward thing. Okay, then, okay, type of action, is it an SME? Is it a simple action? Is it for SMEs? Is it a coordination support action? You write that here. What is the funding rate? You include that here. Is it 50%? Is it in some cases 75%? What is the indicative topic budget? We've seen the previous one was 30 million euros. How many projects are expected to get funded? Normally you have that kind of information from the call topic description. If you don't have it, you leave it blank. And what are the eligible cost categories? Maybe there are some already exclusions made, but check whether there are some exceptions in the call. In the call that we've seen before, we didn't have any exceptions, so that's fine. Then co-funding readiness, which partners can co-fund, I mean, can support the co-funding and how much that could be. Also, what is interesting here is, even if the funding rate is 50%, that means that you might have an organization that participates with 100% funding rate, as long as there is another organization in your consortium that participates with less funding rate. In order to balance, and at the end you will have the 50% funding rate that you wish. So the overall funding rate is 50%, which means that you can have some partners that they can have a higher funding rate than some others, as long as the total funding rate is 50% or 75%, depending on what is the requirement according to that action. Then here you write a little bit further the scope bullet points. So these are not only the objectives, but also the deliverables, so mandatory outcomes. So what kind of deliverables we need to have results by the project end. So more or less all these are from the call topic description. Required deliverables. In some cases, outcomes and deliverables are the same thing. So that can be the case. In some others, in a call topic description, you might have expect outcomes and then you have a different section for deliverables. We don't have that for the security, but for digital skills, we have different expect outcomes and we have different deliverables, so that's why you write them here separately. If there is any mention in the call of minimum number of pilots, in some cases you might have a minimum number of pilots, you indicate that here. If there is no indication, you leave that to be decided by the consortium. So if something is not mentioned in the call topic description, you write here to be decided by the consortium. According to the size of the consortium, according to the reach, you can decide that a little bit later. And as I said, these are the non-negotiable ones that you have already answered. Features, what are these that should be on board, training program standards, governance models, policy recommendations, write them here in a bullet format to have them. Then the next thing is that we need to know, okay, who are expected to benefit from the project. So right here, the target groups that are expected to benefit. And we have here the primary target groups, the ones that are of first priority. Then also, not only the type of organization, but also whether we're going to have a diversity on the size of each organization. Small how many we're going to have small, how many we're going to have big. Is there any reference in the call topic description regarding that? If not, then you write to be decided by the consortium. End users, how many end users we need to have onboarding? Is there a specific number mentioned in the call topic description? Do they need to be, apart from a number, also of a specific profile? Also, regarding the usability and the acceptance criteria for users, I mean, how will we know that these end users are applicable? If that is, what type of end users we need in the project? If not, then you write here, again, to be decided by the consortium. Eligibility, okay, this is something that is mentioned in the consortium. If there are any restrictions, so you write them down here, what kind of restrictions you need to have. Do we need to have some partners from the full value chain, and what kind of partners we need for the full value chain? Then we need here also what kind of is there any specific evidence that we need regarding the participants? Do we need to have some declarations? Do we need to provide some certificates? Check whether this is the case from the call topic description. If there is not such a case from the call topic description, then you say here non-applicable. Then name here some policies, specific policies that have to be addressed in more detail here. So you need to, if it is, do we have here any from ECCC, Cyber Hubs, from security, from the European Digital Innovation Hubs, from ENISA. So these are different policies depending on the call topic description. You write them down here, you list them in a bullet format. And how our project contributes to those policies. Right here, some ideas. I mean, concrete mechanism. I mean, not just an advertising, a slogan. I mean, put some concrete mechanism of how you believe you're going to contribute. Developing of policy recommendations for policymakers dealing with security in Europe or in the participating countries. And expecting coordination with some other European national bodies. So try to identify here whom you need to coordinate, whom you need to follow your project, and if possible, that will be interesting, if you can have them here as associate partners. What is an associate partner? We have partners and with that are participating with funding. These are core partners. These are called core partners. But we have the possibility to have also associate partners in our consortium. We mentioned them in the consortium. What is an associate partner? No budget, exactly no budget, and, but highly interested in the project results. No budget and no contract signature. But they are highly interested in the project results. So it's a very good practice to involve in your project as associate partners, policymakers, ministries. And because they don't have to sign a contract, so they are not accountable against the European Commission, it's easier to involve them in your consortium. And it does make a difference. And it actually makes huge difference on that. So try to have especially demonstrations, etc., to show that you have already the minimum number of partners that are needed for a successful pilot. Have a lot of associate partners, because how can you guarantee that in your consortium you will have, in a large-scale demonstration, you will have a lot of participants in your pilots? How can you guarantee that? One of the best ways to do that is to have a lot of associate partners to participate. And why they will be participating in the project, since they are not receiving any funding? Because they are highly interested in the project results. And they will benefit directly from it. That's why they're participating, not because of funding. Because they are really interested in the project results. They need them.
Do you have a success story for this?
Here in that call, in the call that we have here, you need to involve the ministries that are dealing with Ministry of Internal Affairs, because they deal with security and etc. You can have some healthcare or hospitals participating from different pilots as associate partners. You can have also, for dissemination and exploitation, the European associations of healthcare centers. There is a European Association of Healthcare Centers. You would like to have them either as a partner or as an associate partner, because they will be the ones responsible for disseminating the project results and motivating others to participate and find out what worked and what didn't work from your project. So this is a whole framework of project, because your budget is limited. You cannot have everyone on board in the project. So anyone that is highly interested in the project results, as an end user, you're strongly advised to have also consider them as associate partners. When we evaluate a proposal in Digital Europe, one of the first things that we will see is the consortium synthesis. To see, okay, how well positioned the project is from the value chain point of view. Do they have all the value chain players? We are impressed when we see also a long list of associate partners participating in the project. Why are we impressed? Because we see that the project has raised a lot of interest from a large number of end users. So before we might have been negatively biased, why are we negatively biased when evaluating proposals? Because what is the success rate in Digital Europe? The success rate in Digital Europe is 20% or 25%, around that, which means that 2 out of 10 projects will get funded. So I know that 8 out of 10, as an evaluator, will not get funded, correct? So in that case, I'm negatively biased. I believe that the proposal that I'm reading, before even reading it, it will not be evaluated successfully. But when I see in the first page a long list of participants, and a lot of participants that have expressed interest to participate without any without any funding, participating from their own pocket, I change I am positively biased. I say, so since this project has raised a lot of interest, that means that it's a serious project. Let's pay more attention to that. Yes?
Many years ago, it was as a good practice to add this letter of support to the application. Does this practice still work, or is it better to have associate partners instead of adding many letters of support?
Okay. In Digital Europe, that's an exception. You are allowed to upload letters of support. So, as long as you have an associate partner, it is a good practice to have also a letter of support, but it is not obligatory. You just mention them in part A, who are the associate partners, and you include their PIC number. And that's an exception in Digital Europe. So if you can have, and if you have the time to have also a letter of support, it is a good practice. But have them also only mentioning them as associate partners in part A of Digital Europe, it's enough. In Horizon Europe, on the other hand, since you opened that, you're not allowed to add any letter of support. So the only way towards there is to include them as associate partners. All right. So that's the minimum. If you can have some letter of support, that's okay. But if you cannot have letter of support from everyone, but just of some of them, then it's better not to include them. To ensure comprehension and consistency, you need to have from all the associate partners letter of support. If you cannot have from all, just include them in the part A with a PIC number without any letter of support. All right. Good question, because it allows me to clarify that. Then, regarding interoperability, what kind of standards, interoperability standards you're going to use, you're going to improve, you're going to create? So that's also something important. What kind of standards are needed? So are they mentioned, some of them, in the call topic description? If not, you can say to be decided by the consortium. What kind of data protection, ethical or legal issues we need to take into consideration that are mentioned in the proposal? If not, then you write here to be decided by the consortium. Okay, what kind of KPIs we need to have in the project? Are they mentioned, some of them, in the call? If not, you just write here to be decided by the consortium. But if they are already mentioned in the call topic description, you write them here. Or you can take also the, you can consider whether the calls that we discussed, whether the KPIs that we had here, depending on the call, are applicable also in your case. So if you are dealing with cybersecurity and trust, you say, okay, is our call going to contribute to any of those? Are there any of those core performance KPIs or supporting KPIs applicable in our case? If they are applicable, you write them down in your call topic summary, even if they are not mentioned in the call topic description, because in the call topic description we have only those. So we write them down in the call topic summary. Okay. Then consortium composition. Okay, we've already seen some hints of what should be the consortium synthesis from the call topic description. We definitely write them down. Maybe in some cases we might have some hints also on the geographic coverage, or at least the minimum eligibility. We write them down from the call topic description. Maybe, and this is also Naiva's question, letter of support mandates needed. Do we need to have some on board? If they're mentioned in the call, yes. If not, then we can just include them as associate partners. Do we need to have other decision-making bodies compulsory participating in the project? If that is mentioned in the call, that is okay. Otherwise, we write here, non-applicable. And that is our green traffic light. When we complete that checklist, then we can go ahead on writing the proposal. Because then we know that this call is for us. And as soon as we know that this call is for us, then we can start writing each one of the sections in the grand application of Digital Europe. If we are not feeling comfortable with the call topic summary, if we see a lot of gaps, if we are feeling that we cannot fulfill the expectation of the call, we stop there. And we save some energy. We save time and we save resources. So as soon as we have the green traffic light, then we go and we check. Let me check, is this, can I click on that to see whether I can go?
May I ask a question?
Yes?
Could you please come back to this detailed slide? I need to clarify. Yeah. When you mentioned that in a consortium could participate entity with a different, let's say 100% finance, did I understood correctly that all consortium should meet requirements on a percentage on finance?
Oh.
Does it mean, for example, if it is 3 participants, 50% per consortium, and one with 100, does it mean that the rest part, 2 of them, will have less than 50?
Yes, this is what it means. It means that if you have one partner with 75%, then you should have another one with 25% in order overall to have a 50% funding rate. Okay. Yes? You're allowed to play on that. Another question? On that? Okay, so have a clear idea. This is the call topic summary. We need to be crystal clear on that. So we can, so this is the application template. Let me enlarge it. A standard one. So an application consists of Part A and Part B. Part A is an online section. Part B is you upload a PDF document in Digital Europe. So Part A means it's mainly the administrative information, and Part A mainly it is used to check the eligibility criteria, to see do we have the minimum number of organizations needed per, do we have them from the minimum number of countries that are participating. So this is the Part A that we have here, and then it has also the abstract, and it has also the budget, some self-assessment ethical considerations, and then we have the Part B, which the Part B is a PDF format that we need to complete. And you see here that consists of 4 sections: relevance, implementation, impact, and work plan. These are the main 4 ones that are responsible for the total mark that we get. You have a project summary, and after the project summary, which is from Part A, we have the different sections. And you see relevance. Relevance, as we will see, is how relevant is your project to the project objectives. Implementation is the methodology and whether it is aligned with the TRLs that we discussed. Starting point is TRL 6 or TRL 7. I'm not sure, we'll see them in detail. I'm just showing here some quick look on that. And then the impact is benefits, what we expect to achieve by the end of the project, what will be the benefits from those results. And then we have the work plan with the work package description, the person effort allocation, and it is not like in Horizon Europe or in some other funding programs. It's a PDF, so you're very restricted on what you're going to include there. You don't have images, you don't have figures. You have a limited number of characters per section also. Everywhere here you have a limited number of characters. You cannot write as many as you wish. So it's 5,000, 6,000, depending on the section. So sometimes you will see that it is not you cannot have more than a threshold. And that's, even the Gantt chart is very specific, how you include it here. And then the ethics in the other is just, they don't affect the total mark, but the evaluators need to make sure that you have considered ethical and security principles, that they are already described in part A as self-check. So that's the application. All right. Now, let me go a little bit back, and then we will see them one by one. So you have them here. Okay. So we have the 4 criteria here, and each criteria or each section has subsections. So what we're going to do is we're going to discuss how we develop each one of those subsections, some tips on doing each one of those. So if we go back and we check the relevance. So as we've seen, the relevance has 4 sections. Yes, 1.1, the objectives and activities, how aligned we are with the call, then how aligned you are with long-term policy and strategies, what you will do. I write here that not SMART, but SMARTY objectives. What is SMART, first of all? When you say that you need to have SMART objectives, what does that mean? Your objective should be what? Should be S stands for specific. M stands for measurable. A stands for achievable. And R stands for relevant or realistic. So what's the difference between, and then time, T stands for time bound. So what's the difference between achievable and realistic, first of all? Yeah, because we have achievable and realistic. And that's important. Achievable means it can be done. Yes, it can be done. Even though it is ambitious, it can be done. Realistic means it can be done with the given resources in the given time. Yes. So that is one level further. Apart from achievable, you need to make sure that the objective can be done with the given resources, the given budget, and with the given time that we have. For those projects, we have 1.5 years, 2 years. And what is time is that, okay, we have clear deadlines when something has to be achieved. But what is I? I means they need to be SMARTY. This is one that I have added, they need to be innovative. Your objectives need to be innovative. Of course, we have already them in pre-specified, prescribed in the call topic description, but we need to make sure that they are innovative. If our project is not innovative, then it will not get funded. So we don't want just SMART objectives. We want SMARTY objectives. SMART plus innovative. That's why I have it there. Okay, then the last two is if they are applicable, which means if we need to have some supply chain considerations on board, as we discussed regarding semiconductors, whether we need to have access to manufacturing or to raw materials, this is something that we need to consider. If it is applicable, well, my advice is, even if you don't think that this is applicable, write even something, even a few sentences regarding that. Not that many details, but just I don't want to take a risk to believe that this is something not applicable, and the evaluators might think that it should be applicable. So I don't want to have that risk, so write even a few sentences here, and I'm going to give you some tips on what to write. So what we have is per subsection, yes, we see here per subsection, so for the first section, what I have is I have for you some specific questions that have to be addressed, first of all. And then how we will, in our project, how we will make sure that we provide the evidence of that we can fulfill and we can answer those questions. And also what I give also is, for all those subsections, some red flag self-checks in order to check whether we are answering that section properly. And that is the case not only for 1.1, but for all the different sections, for all those we have specific questions, what kind of evidence inputs we need to gather for justifying those objectives, and how we will know that those objectives are fulfilled, yes, in all, or the points that we need to address in each section. So the points that we need to address in 1.1, yes, which is the relevance, as we said, is, okay, how we will ensure that the project is in full alignment, our objectives are in full alignment with the objectives of the call. Yes, so we have here. How we're going to ensure that we are addressing the problems that the call is talking about, the societal challenge that we have. How we're going to make sure that our project contributes also to the 6 impacts that we discussed at the very beginning, or to the high-level KPIs that we have. Or, okay, which use cases we're going to use in our case? How broad are we? What kind of activities, outputs, and outcomes we're going to have in an outline format, not in detail, for achieving those objectives? How we're going to ensure that there is no duplication from other initiatives that have been mentioned, have been initiated in Europe. Are there any mandatory deliverables, and how we're going to address those mandatory deliverables? This is okay, straightforward. And then evidence on that. Okay, you're telling me that your project contributes to those call topic objectives. Map them one next to the other. Or you're going to involve those stakeholders, provide some letters of mandates, or at least include them as associate partners. And mention that you have already them as associate partners. Also, tell me how you're going to support, your objectives are going to support national initiatives in the participating countries or EU initiatives. What kind of initiatives those will be? Who will support them? How are you going to support them? And then some red flag self-checks. Are any proposed activities not traceable to call objectives? I mean, do you have, what does that mean? Do you have a call objective that you don't have a project objective that is going to support it? Because we need one-to-one match. If there is any objective from the call topic that we've missed to support with our project objective, that's a red flag. What does a red flag mean? Our project will fail. Are we, and that's a common mistake, are we implying research? Because although the project is clearly, Digital Europe is for deployment and adoption of digital solutions. So no research, even implied research. If you're not ready, if your not starting point is TRL 6, the project Digital Europe program is not for you. Your project is not applicable. That's a red flag. Are we missing any partners from the beneficiary value chain that are essential for achieving those objectives? So for me, a very useful, from all these things, a very useful element is this red flag self-checks. In order to make sure that you fulfill each one of those subsections, have a special look on the red flag self-checks. And we have that for all the subsections also. The next one, 1.2, contribution to long-term policy. Okay. We have here some points that we need to answer, specific points that we need to answer. I'm not going to go through one by one all of those because these are in your notes. However, I'm going to highlight some that I think are overlooked in many cases. You need to have here cross-border added value. What does that mean, cross-border added value? You need, in a project, you're going to have 3 pilots, 4 pilots. So you're going to have a participation of 3 member states or 4 member states. And those 3 or 4 member states are going to benefit directly. But as I said, you need to have also some European dimension in your project. What does that mean? That means how you will ensure that your results will benefit other organizations outside the participating ones. So the cross-border added value, yes?
So we cannot force this other organizations to use our product. We could like influence, could share information, but it's not so what we force other European countries or other organizations to use this experience.
This is a very valid remark. I mean, outside the consortium, you mean, correct? Yes. Outside the consortium, how are you going to convince others? Well, you cannot guarantee that, because there is no guarantee on that, but you need to show what will be your actions for influencing, convincing the others. That should be part of your activity. As we discussed, the replication handbook, the good practices that you mentioned this morning, to make them straightforward with clear benefits, what will be the benefits as soon as you apply those solutions. Maybe it's not a matter of budget, so you can identify some open source solutions that could be adapted. You can tell them what will be the problems faced when you are adapting those open source solutions, how you're going to overcome them. So you face those first, you identify the barriers, and then you have those good practices on how you're going to apply them in a better way. This is what you can do. You cannot do more than that. One thing in that one. Another one regarding, because this is long-term policy objectives. Another one is to organize one of your final events of the project in the premises of the European Parliament. You're allowed to, for free, if you just need a member of the European Parliament so you go to the Lithuanian ones. Here you tell them, we are participating in this project. We would like to organize an event about cybersecurity in healthcare centers. We have some excellent results and some policy recommendations. In 99.9% of the cases, if you go to a Lithuanian MEP, he will say yes, because they want to show that they're doing good, they provide value not only to Lithuania, but all in Europe. So they will endorse you. You just need to let them know 9 months before your final event, because it will take 2 or 3 months to get an approval from the European Parliament to organize a workshop for free. I mean, you're not going to pay for the room in the European Parliament premises, and then you're going to say they're going to invite policymakers, which means members of the European Parliament in the event. You're going to invite policy advisors in cybersecurity or in healthcare from many European associations that are dealing with cybersecurity, associations of healthcare centers, are based in Brussels because they are NGOs, so they are advising, they are lobbying with the European Commission, so it's easier for you to invite them on board in that event. And you're going to also, so one thing is a replication handbook with good practices. Another one is organization of an event at the premises of the European Parliament in order to have policy. Another one is to include national policy makers, either on board or motivate them, ministries. And then the ministries of the participating organizations, they will, when they meet with other ministries in those committees that we have in Europe, they're going to discuss what we did and how it worked in our countries. Now, are you going to convince another organization from another country to use that? Maybe yes, maybe no. But to my view, if you are doing at least those three, you have a good chances. And the evaluators are more than satisfied with that. All right. Okay. And maybe there's some others, but now that we discuss. Maybe in the workshop we will find some others. We'll have the workshop afterwards. Yes? But as a starting point, these are more than enough. Okay. Now, this is exactly what we discussed here, red flag self-checks. A vague reference to policies with no mechanism of contributions. How we're going to contribute to policies? Man, so these are things that I've just said. I mean, organizing a good practice, involving policy makers in member states for adopting our policy recommendations, or organizing an event in Brussels for inviting European policy makers like MEPs participating in the event. So you see how well that is linked. Or we don't have links to the whole value chain players. I mean, it's very important and it's more than welcome to have either as partners or as associate partners groups of organizations, associate hubs. Hubs are groups of organizations or associations that they have other organizations as members. For example, in our call in cybersecurity for healthcare organizations, we need definitely to include the European associations of hospitals. We need to include the European associations of healthcare providers because they need to be also aware of what kind of security risks exist. Those European associations that are usually based in Brussels, they have as members or the national organizations of hospitals, the Lithuanian Association of Healthcare Providers. And you immediately, by involving one European association, you have access indirectly to all the associations that are across Europe in all the different member states. So one must that you need to have, especially for 1.2, is to have the European associations for policies. Okay, I will try to be a little bit faster. I mean, do you mind if we have the break at 1 o'clock in 30 minutes? Is that okay with you? So we have more time? Yes? Yes? Okay. Thank you for that. So let's proceed because we just went. I will try my aim. What is my aim? My aim is to finish at least before break, to go through those things and highlight those that I believe are important for you to note, because the other ones are in your notes. And then after the break, I will talk a little bit about AI and how AI can help you to develop proposals. And then we will go through the prompts that you will work as a group to develop different sections in a Digital Europe proposal with those prompts, because that's the idea behind it, to apply the knowledge that we have. So in 1.3, I mean, it's straightforward, the questions that we need to answer. When you're about to write the 1.3, you need to make sure that you answer all those 7 questions. Even if it is not applicable in your case, put some things that, just to make sure that you are if you have some doubts whether 1.3 is applicable for you or not, then complete 1.3. If you have some doubts whether it's applicable or not to complete 1.4, the next one, complete 1.4. Don't leave that, don't assume that this is not applicable. Always provide something. So what we need here is, specifically this is the case for supercomputing, because we need to make sure that we have all the supply chain on board. We need here whether we have some critical dependencies outside the European Union, how we're going to overcome them, or how we're going to prevent those taking place. So especially this is in the semiconductor case. What we need is here one thing that, let me think, is this one is important. Sustainability of sourcing. Number 7, I think it's the most important one. What is that? Is, okay, how will you ensure after the end of the project, which means after the grant period, that you will have access to the necessary suppliers for running your infrastructure in semiconductors? That's the case mainly semiconductors. Do you show some evidence of support contracts even after the grant period, or have a list of some alternative suppliers? So this is something that can be quite tricky, because after the grant period, how are you going to make sure that you will have access to the raw material or to the manufacturing process, something that is quite critical for the continuation of your project. So sustainability of sourcing, of access to sources, is something that you need to pay attention if your if 1.3 is applicable for you. As I said, it is mainly for high-performance computing and for semiconductors. So these are the two ones that are extremely important. Next one, 1.4, financial obstacles. Okay, this is mainly when you need to some barriers for deployment of your infrastructure and your pilots. Again, this is some red flag self-checks here is what you're going to do after the end of the project, whether you have a clear idea of your business model, whether you have a clear idea of what kind of funding source you're going to exploit for continue with your project, because what the European Commission wishes to see is that your project will go on after the end of the grant period, what kind of measures you have already in mind for achieving that. So this is something that you need to have here. And that's the first section of the part B, which is the relevance. And then we have the implementation, where in the implementation we have just 3 sections. Yes, 3 sections. I mean, one is the section of the maturity. How ready is your project now to start? To start? What is the starting point? Is it at TRL 6? Which is, are you able to start with a large-scale demonstration of your project? So you need to have that. Then, do you have a clear idea, your methodology, how that will be, and how you will achieve the different KPIs? Can you demonstrate that you have all the role in your consortium in order to fulfill all the objectives? Do you have the financial capacity to support the 50% funding rate in a digital euro project? So these are all the things that we need to address in the implementation section. And for each one of them, for the maturity, we have again all the questions that we need to answer, and how we will prove that we have those the capacity to fulfill those points, and Also, always the red flag and the self-checks on that. So here, do we have one important for me thing is that do we have a formal proof that we have access either to the infrastructure or to the pilot site or to the data that is needed in order to run our pilot sites? So this is informal. So either they're participating as partners or they participate as associate partners, because otherwise it will not be able to do that. If we have a non-EU supplier, the only one that provides the infrastructure that we need, and we are critically dependent on that, do we have any mitigation scenario for overcoming if something goes wrong with the agreement with those? Do we have a clear ethics plan and privacy and respecting privacy for pilot projects that personal data is going to be used of end users? So we need to have that also in mind regarding the infrastructure. Then the next one on 2.2, which is the implementation plan and efficient use of resources. Okay, one thing that probably here is not that clear, and it is for me, what is important is this one here, training and handover. So what kind of processes you have in place in order to ensure that when a third party is going to use the infrastructure that you have pilot tested, whether they are able to run it smoothly without any problems, without any obstacles and barriers. So this is something that you need to make sure that is a case. Again, we have red flag self-checks that I think are straightforward. One thing that we need to consider here is, because it was raised, overestimating budget or underestimating budget. Both are not good for our project. So what does that mean? That means that even it's not only a bad practice to have an expensive project, but it is also a bad practice to have a cheap project. So always we need to make sure that we are not overestimating or underestimating the project resources. So always we try to have that in mind and have a good balance between what is expected and what we can achieve in each project. And specifically the security projects, the one that many of you might be interested, the peculiarity is that they don't have already a maximum or a suggested budget per project. Yes, they expect you to think about it in the same manner that they expect you to see what kind of KPIs you need to achieve. So that can be quite challenging, but as you will see for security projects, something like, because they're quite ambitious, 5 to 6 million euros is a good budget per project, more or less, if they don't say it. If it does say, then you follow the contribution from the European Commission. Now, one question for you. If we want to estimate how much budget is needed, what will be the decision point? What will be the factors that will help us to decide how much the budget will be of our project? If we don't have an indication from the cold topic description how much the budget should be, what kind of information we're going to use from the cold topic description in order to decide how much should be our budget? Where shall we look for? Any ideas?
How many projects are going to be funded?
If it is mentioned.
The overall budget.
If it is mentioned. If it is not mentioned, because for security calls, it is not mentioned. So how can we have, first of all, do we agree all that the more ambitious the project is, the bigger the budget should be. Shall we agree all on that?
Yes.
Yes? That's, I think, a first rule of thumb. Yes or no? Yes. So, where the ambitious of the project is described in the call. How ambitious the project is described. Where that is. Where can we find that information? In the call topic description, normally. In two areas. Where are these? Can we agree that the ambitious of the project is described on the objectives of the project? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So the project objectives should be aligned with what? As we said at the very beginning of the part B. With the call topic objectives. So the call topic objectives, they indicate how ambitious your project should be. So by looking at the project, at the call topic objectives, you see, okay, in order to fulfill those call topic objectives, how many resources I need? So if the call topic objectives are not that ambitious, that means that the budget should not be that ambitious. On the other hand, if they are ambitious, then the project budget should be higher also. So we can have an idea, if it is not mentioned, from the call topic description, how much should be our budget by looking at the call topic objectives. So as a hint, that is quite useful to have. Okay. Okay, capacity to carry out the normal, to carry out the proposed work, I will stick a little bit on the self-checks. So the coordinator needs to have a good deployment track record, not a research record, because maybe who is from here from a university? From a university, 1, 2, university. Who is here from the industry? Industry, okay. From SMEs area? SMEs, nice, nice. You keep on raising all the hand. Okay, all right. And from public authorities, from the public administration, some public, okay. So, all right, so that's good because not being from the university area, because you might fall into the trap to give focus as a coordinator that you have a lot of records and achievements in research activities. We don't want that in the Digital Europe program. In Digital Europe program, you need to show that you are very good in developing pilots, integrating solutions and running pilots. This is what we need to see. So the coordinator needs to have that very clearly elaborated and documented. We don't want any research activities. You need to also to see that you have all the critical roles on board. You have an integration expert. You have a quality assurance expert. You have someone that is dealing with the data privacy officer. And a security officer or an ethical officer. So you need to consider that. Why? Because you are dealing with pilots, with end users. So you need to make sure that the privacy and the personal data are protected from all the end users. You need to make sure that there is no breach. You need to make sure that there is quality assurance of all your project activities and results. And there's going to be a lot of integration because you're going to integrate solutions with infrastructure. And you're going to apply scenarios of testing whether those integration work. So you need an integration expert on that. Of course, you need some solution providers also and infrastructure providers also. Here, facilities, test beds not available or only promised later. So you need to make sure that you have access to facilities, test beds, and infrastructure. You need to have access to any supplier that is needed. You need also, if there is any, the last one, if there is any conflict, yes, how conflicts will be overcome. What will be the decision-making model? Do you have, is there a veto principle? Do you go with a majority when there is a conflict? Do you expect to have full consensus in your decisions. So make sure that there is a clear decision-making mechanism in your implementation, because otherwise there will be a risk that the project will be jeopardized. And in the impact, we have here, three different sections. The expected outcomes and deliverables, dissemination communication as first part, then what are the benefits for society and what are the benefits to economy, competitiveness, how you're going to penetrate markets, and what is your positive footprint to the environment and to the European Green Deal. And that's the third part. So for the first part, I will check again the red flag and self-checks, because these are, for me, the most important ones. Okay, the outcomes, how you're going to achieve the outcomes, how you're going to achieve the KPIs. Even if there are not mentioned KPIs for outcomes, you need to tell to the proposal section how will you know that the outcomes have been achieved and how well have been achieved. So that's why you need the KPIs. And also, what a baseline means. Baseline means, okay, what is the starting point now of a KPI? If we want to introduce security solutions for infrastructures and medical records for healthcare organizations, what is the current situation in the participating countries? How vulnerable they are now? How less vulnerable they're going to be by the end of the project. So that's an outcome that we want to have. Okay, some general dissemination exploitation. I mean, most of the projects fail because they have some general dissemination exploitation measures. We're going to have some a website that we expect to have X number of visits. We're going to have some X or Twitter for posting our post, or a LinkedIn group, but without any further substance. But these are general things. For example, okay, who is your audience? Have you segmented them per target group? Which are your primary target groups? Have you prioritized your target groups? And I have a question for you. Are all target groups of equal priority? No. We need to prioritize them. So most of the proposals fail when they say, these are target groups. Target group 1, target group 2, target group 3, target group 4. And they don't do something that is essential. They are not prioritizing. Which are the most important target groups? Why you need to prioritize? Because you need to make sure that you have allocated the proper resources, so the most important target groups will spend most of the project resources from being informed about the project, for being engaged in the project. The less important target groups will be considered, but with much less effort. That's why it's not audience segmentation implies target groups, list of target groups, but also prioritization. And in addition to that, we need some quantified targets. How many will start using our project results? How many we expect to have at the beginning of the project as interested parties? How many we expect to have before the pilots as interested parties? How many we expect to have of target groups after the end of the pilots interested to our project results? So the convention, give me some numbers, because this is extremely important. Otherwise, your dissemination exploitation strategy is going to be very superficial, very weak, and we don't want that. Then, if you have unclear who owns what from the project results, after the end of the project results, who will own the solutions? Who will own the research the demonstration infrastructures? Who will own the data? you need to specify very clearly who owns what, under which conditions. Because if you don't do that, then you will have very low replicability, adoption of that. What will happen after the end of the project if you don't have clear IPR rights? Who owns what, under which conditions? Most of the projects fail because of unclear, not clear IPR. Because you're in a rush, you say, okay, it's very important for me to have the best partners on board. But you don't specify what will be the IPR rights. Yes, you have someone that provides the infrastructure. You have someone else that provides the solution. The solution that will be integrated with the research infrastructure. You have someone else that provides the access to the data. So all these three different integration areas, they're going to form a pilot. Who will own what after the end of that? So you need to decide. Because otherwise, you will not be able to have clear replication. And okay, after the end of the project, yes? So how you can guarantee that your infrastructure will continue to be used, not only by the pilot users, but with additional target groups also. Yes? So that's why it's very important to have letter of intent or associate partners on board. This is why you're going to influence the evaluators. They say, they have a lot of associate partners. That means that after the end of the project, these associate partners, they will be using the project results. That's why they agree to participate now without any funding in the project. Yes?
For example, if we have our solution for a huge problem, now we have some problems for lack of resources. Germanium, yes, for example.
Lack of resources in where?
For example, element germanium.
Yes? Okay, yes.
So a lot of partners as associated won't be welcome because it would be like even a commercial, yes, secret or whatever if you have a solution in small group. So how to guarantee the high evaluation if you decide not to make it so publicly known situation, but you want to receive funding?
Okay, that's a very good point. I mean, how on one hand, if you want to commercialize something,
yes,
if you want to commercialize something, how can you make it openly available? Because you're going to protect it, it's going to be sensitive.
Yes.
That's a very good point. So, if, first of all, in order to motivate associate partners to participate, that means that it doesn't mean that they're going to have free access to the solution. What it could mean is that they could have favorable access to the solution, which means they are not going to provide anything under open access. Anyone that is going to use it has to pay for it, but associate partners, if they are participating from the beginning of the project, as an example, they could participate with better terms. Maybe they have it for a longer period or with less fee or with a cost fee. So the important thing to understand is that in Digital Europe, you are not obliged to provide everything under open access. On the contrary, you are encouraged to have something as a trade secret or proprietary, because that facilitates commercialization after that. Mm-hmm.
Yes, everybody wants to make money, yes.
Yes, exactly that. So, but that doesn't mean that you cannot attract others as end users of your solution. You can attract them at the very beginning if you tell them, look, by the end of the project, we're going to have a very good security infrastructure, that you will be able to use it in a much better term than the others that will start using it from the market directly. You can give some motivation on that. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, good question. It's nice to have that kind of dialogues because we can clarify things. Okay. And then in 3.2, okay, global market competition and benefits to society. So here I will always go and focus on the red flag. So we have here competitiveness. What competitiveness means? Competitiveness is how competitive will be your solution with other solutions that are applicable in the market. at a global level. Now, in Digital Europe, we are not talking about regional level, national level. We want Digital Europe solutions to be competitive at a global level. So, okay, how your solution competes with other possible solutions that exist in the global market? What are your advantages? What are your unique selling, what will be your unique selling propositions by the end of the project? How you will ensure that your project solutions will be attractive in the global markets? In comparison, so what is the competition? How well the competition is doing? What is the cost that they charge? Are you going to be more affordable? Are you going to provide more benefits? Are you disrupting the market? So this is more or less the business model of your solution. We discussed a little bit that in the morning. The other thing is that you might not have some measurable benefits to society. So you're telling me now you're going to develop you're going to pilot test a solution for protecting hospitals from cyber attacks. Okay, so that's your solution. When you do that, what will be the benefits to society? First of all, protection of your medical records. Yes. Trust, increase of trust of society to the healthcare system. Increase of trust of society to digital solutions. Yes, because now if there are cyber attacks, what happens? Citizens, patients do not trust digital solutions. They say, if my solutions are in digital, not in analog format, that means that they will be exposed, and I don't like that. Or as soon as there are the digital solutions and the digital records are secure, then that means more and more collection of digital records. And the bigger is the collection of digital records, the better is to have, the better will be your solution that you will have based on the digital records, because the digital records will allow you to develop better health solutions for the patients. So indirectly, in 1 or 2 years after the end of the project, as soon as you ensure that you have secure digital records, that will allow the development of more effective and digital solutions for cancer, for Alzheimer, because you will have a lot of access to big data that you don't have before. So that's another benefit that can be indirect one. But tell me also, how much you believe you're going to contribute to that? Another thing is that also for the commercialization of your project, maybe you haven't considered some barriers like language barriers. The digital records are going to be, if they are in Lithuanian language, how someone could use them for developing a solution from Germany, from Poland. So you need to see whether you have a mechanism to have that kind of localization on board. And how well and how convincing your application path is. I mean, have you estimated how much will be the plan in order to have as big number of end users as possible using your project results? Digital Europe. So you need to have that handy. So these are red flags for 3.2. And then for 3.3, and then we're going to have our break, which is, as I said, how you're going to ensure that your solution is creating a positive footprint to the environment and in the Green Deal. So, saying that as long as we're digital, we are green, this is not something that is acceptable. Even, we need to know, even with AI, now that we're using a lot AI, we have a negative footprint to the environment. Because the more AI requires a lot of computing capacity. And the more of the computing capacity that it is required, the bigger is the negative footprint to the environment. So we need to take that into consideration and say, okay, what kind of measures we're going to take? We are going to develop AI models. Are these AI models respecting the environment? Are they consuming less effort than other AI models? Can you prove that? So your solution, you need to make sure that creates a positive footprint to the environment. Tell me a way, how can you show that? What kind of methodology exists for measuring the footprint of your solution to the environment or of your project to the environment? There are some methodologies. There is one very widely used on that. Any ideas? Life LCA, Life Cycle Assessment. What is a life cycle assessment? Life cycle assessment is a standardized methodology that measures what will be the footprint of your solution to the environment. So one thing that you definitely need to consider under that section is an expertise on life cycle assessment to measure the footprint of your solution to the environment. Also, have you considered some renewable practices? Have you considered some zero waste or circular economy considerations? So, and if you don't have a life cycle assessment, which means if you don't know how to measure the footprint of your solution to the environment, how can you claim that you are improving it? You cannot improve something if you cannot measure it. So life cycle assessment is one of the most convincing approaches to have your evaluators convinced that yes, you are aware of the impact of your solution to the environment, you're going to measure it, and then you're going to, you're going to take measures and actions of making sure that you're supporting the green transformation and you're not polluting it. Okay, any questions on that? Because we can have our break now. Is that the break time now? One question, yes?
We are talking about proposals so long in very details. How many time have evaluator to evaluate the proposal?
That's a good point. We have there are 3 stages in the evaluation. In the first stage, the proposal is evaluated by 3 experts individually. So each expert receives the proposal that they're supposed to evaluate, and they have, each one of them, 2 hours to 3 hours to evaluate the proposal, which means that you spend 4 months to write the proposal, more or less, and it is going to be evaluated at least individually, let's say half a day, or maximum 1 day, maximum 1 day. There is no way that an evaluator will spend more than 1 day to evaluate a proposal. Guarantee on that, no way. So, but that's the first stage. So one evaluator will spend maximum 1 day to evaluate the proposal. When the 3 evaluators evaluate the proposal, the evaluators do not know who else evaluated that proposal. So there are 2 more. I don't know if I evaluate on proposal A, I don't know who else evaluated the same proposal. So by the end of that phase, we will have 3 different marks and 3 different set of comments per section, because we have 3 experts, correct? So what do we need to do? We need to agree on common marks and common comments. So then all these 3 evaluators will meet. Now it's for the first time that we see who are the other evaluators. We meet and we need to agree. We need to have a consensus. So that's why it's called a consensus meeting, a consent. We need to agree on common comments and common marks. Is that over? So as soon as we agree, we give our comments, we give our marks. Is that over? No, we have a 3rd stage that's a very critical stage, which is a panel evaluation. What is the panel evaluation? I mean, all the experts that were involved in Digital Europe, they meet and they discuss all the projects that are going to get funded. and some more than that. We discuss them. We discuss them in an open view. And why we do that? Why it is important, all the experts, to discuss all the proposals that are within the race to be funded? Why this is important? But how can you, yes, to choose the best, but how can you choose the best? Because yes, but what else?
By having 3 options, there's less opportunity that somebody will be biased.
This is exactly that. That you might have one proposal that just happened to be evaluated by 3 very strict evaluators or 3 very loose evaluators, yes, that were very flexible. And another one that probably was a better quality just happened to be evaluated by 3 experts that were very strict, and the other one that was of lower quality might have been evaluated by 3 evaluators that were very loose, and they were like giving marks because they're biased or so. So in the panel meeting, all the proposals are discussed. So if I have evaluated a proposal and I believe that I gave that mark, and I see another one that was not of that good quality and received a higher mark to my view, I raise that in the panel meeting. And I say, can you tell me why that proposal gave that high mark or even that low mark? And the 3 evaluators, they need to discuss that in front of the whole experts, and they need to convince them why they did that. And if it's not convinced, or they realize that maybe they were very strict or very loose, they add a mark or subtract a mark in the panel meeting.
Company names?
Yes, they do. In Digital Europe, you know company names, you know organization names, so you might be also influenced on that. Might that be another issue? The only way that you don't know the names is in some programs in Horizon Europe in the 2 stages submission, where you submit the first stage without the evaluators knowing who are the applicants. But as soon as you pass that stage, then you submit your full application, then they know who are the applicants there. So they know that. All right. Okay. Any other question? Yes?
Each application is presented to all. So in the evaluation process, each application is presented to all.
Actually, it's not presented. It is before the panel meeting. All the experts have access to all the proposals.
So
They read all the proposals.
they read all the proposals.
I mean, the ones that are within the range to be funded, and a little bit lower than that. They read, they go through them, they don't evaluate them, but they read them in order to raise questions during the panel meeting. Yes? So in the panel meeting, they don't present the proposals, but we discuss the marks that have been given and the comments. Any other question? Okay, great. Then it's time for break. Really? How much for how long?
Actually, we had 1 hour for lunch.
Okay.
We're a bit after 1 o'clock, so maybe it's possible
2 o'clock.
just... Yeah,
2
at
o'clock.
2.
2 o'clock, yes,
Okay,
yes, it's
2
better,
o'clock,
it's better,
let's
yeah.
get back here. So have your rest, and don't forget to network.
And don't forget to eat also. It's important, eh? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Aurelia. Okay, I hope you had a nice break. Lunch break. The food was quite good. So we have full our batteries now. We're at our batteries for the last part of our training. We will go on a little bit on the red flags on each one of the subsections in the grant application. Then I'm going to talk about how to use AI. Then I'm going to present you the prompts that you can use for writing a full proposal in Digital Europe, and you're going to apply them in the hands-on practice for seeing how that works with your favorite AI model that we have. So, the third part is the work plan. The fourth plan, sorry, is the work plan. So here it's the actual work package structure, also details regarding the cost categories, some things that you need to understand is that we are not, it's very rigid. Also the Gantt chart that you're going to prepare that has the activities, the tasks, and the duration of the tasks. And to tell you the truth, it's not the best template. Why? Because, all right, yes, you can have a timetable of when the project, how much is the duration of each activity per task. But it doesn't show me a lot of value. And although it is not required, but I would like you to have that in mind, not for Digital Europe, but in general, the most important diagram is not the Gantt diagram. It is which one? We have two types of diagrams that we are asking Gantt application. Here it's only the Gantt chart, but it's useless, this one. Is the PERT chart. What is the PERT chart? What is the PERT chart? The PERT chart is what we need to know in a work package is not the duration, because we can see the duration in the work package description. And when is the starting month of a task, and when is the end task, we have that in the table. What we need to know is which work packages depend on which work packages. What do I mean with that? Which input from which work package goes as output to another work package. Why we need to know that? That's an interdependence. What does that mean? If work package 1 output goes as input to work package 3, then that means that work package 3 depends on work package 1, yes or no? Because the output of work package 1 goes as input to work package 3. So the quality of the deliverable of work package 1 will affect the quality of work package 3, yes or no? Because if the output is not that good, then of work package 1, then since they will use that as input, probably the package is good, yes or no? Yes. Also, if there is a delay on work package 1, then there will be a delay for work package 3 to start, yes or no? Since they expect work package 1 output as input to work package 3. So the PERT chart is one of the most useful charts that we need to have in a Gantt application. However, Digital Europe doesn't ask for that. It asks for that Gantt chart, which is, as I said, it doesn't give us any value. However, we need to take that, we need to complete it because it is required. But in your work package description, even if it is not required a PERT chart, you need to describe the interdependencies. Which work package depends on which other work package. So you need to specify that. Even though it is not required in Digital Europe, you need to specify. Why? Because you need to know which work packages depend on which others in order to be able to identify what will be, if there are going to be any delays in which work packages, then those delays will affect the follow-up work packages that use that output as input. So you need to describe that in a narrative format, apparently in 4.1 section, because this is what I wanted, is the 4.1. And some things that we see here is in a Digital Europe project, we have two periods. We have H1 and H2 period. And we see that, and that's a mistake, that if it is a 3 years project, we have two periods of 18 months each period. And we see in the first 18 months, or if it is a 2 years project, in the first 1 year of the project, we see a lot of deliverables that are reports. And then after that period, in the second period, in the next year or in the next year and a half, we see some deployments squeezed there. We don't want that. We want a balanced distribution of deliverables of both types, and reports and demonstration, pilots. Software, infrastructures, and etc. Well balanced. Don't do the mistake to have the last report only demonstrations and the first report only, and the first period only reports. Another thing that is quite tricky is that when you complete a work package, how can you know that you have completed successfully that work package? How will you know that the deliverables that were produced from that work package are of high quality? What do you need on that? What does it say here? Means of verifications, acceptance criteria for each work package. So what does that mean? That means that we need acceptance criteria for all the for each one of the work packages that we have in our work plan. And now this is a thing that there is a common confusion. Sometimes we confuse milestones with deliverables. What does that mean? That means you complete a work package and you have as a deliverable, you have a report on completion of the pilot. That's a deliverable. And as a milestone is pilot completion. That's a milestone. What's a milestone? To complete the pilot. We see that very often in Digital Europe projects. What is wrong with that milestone? Tell me. If we have as a milestone completion of a pilot, what is wrong with that milestone? It's very common in Digital Europe programs to see that milestone. What is wrong with that? Not from the time point of view. There is something else from the quality point of view. Yes, but how can we know that? I mean, you complete a pilot, exactly that, but you complete a pilot, but how can you know that the pilot was completed successfully? Maybe it was completed unsuccessfully. What I mean? Maybe there were not that many end users participating in the pilot. Maybe in security systems, maybe the solutions that you introduced in the pilot, they are not working. You still are vulnerable to cyber attacks. You completed the pilot, but was it completed successfully? No. So you need, as a milestone, always to have some quantified means of verification. So in our example of a pilot on cybersecurity for hospitals and healthcare organizations, completion of pilot as a milestone is not enough. What could be enough is, for example, a security audit with 100% satisfaction, 90% satisfaction. You need a number. Because the pilot, just completion of pilot doesn't say anything. So when we have here critical per milestone acceptance, testable acceptance criteria, which means that you can verify. Testable means verifiable acceptance criteria. So completion of pilot is not a verifiable acceptance criterion. You follow that? Because most of the applicants, this is where they're doing mistake, as a mistake, in Digital Europe. All right? It's very clear. And that's differentiate a successful proposal with respect to a weak proposal. Yes? Mm-hmm.
As an auditor, I will additionally come and ask, so what are your KPIs for the cybersecurity readiness? And the right KPIs would be like how much time it requires to react to attack normally.
To detect and to recover. Mean average time, yes, you will see that. Exactly.
Yes,
exactly. So these are indicators specifically in security. Mean average time to detect, mean average time to recover. These are milestones that we need to have, and you will see in the prompts that I'm going to give you for the call, but you can use for anything else. You have that kind of indexes. It's important. Now, the other thing is, this is what I said, unclear inter-work package dependencies. Yes, this is what I said at the beginning. Now, tell me what is critical path. What is critical path? This is a project management terminology. But, is someone aware of what is critical path? Yes? Okay, all of them, you're right on that. But let's put it, critical path is, because a confusion, and I'm sure that, and I'm very pleased to see that you haven't confused that. It's not which are the most important work packages from the deliverable value point of view, because some people say, since work package 1 is going to provide me the infrastructure, is a very important work package, because it gives a lot of value. So that's quite part of the critical path. No. The critical path is the sequence of those work packages that if there is any delay to any of those work packages, there will be delay in the whole project. I repeat, critical path is the sequence of those work packages that if there is any delay to any of those work packages, there will be a delay, that delay reflected in the duration of the project. So you need to identify which are those work packages that if there is any delay, then, because they are part of the critical path, there will be delay in the whole project. You identify those. Yes, a specific way to do that, also AI can help you on that. It's a project management procedure. You identify that, and then you say, we have identified that the critical path is work package 1, work package 3, work package 5 and 6. So in order, and you say that, you're right, in order to avoid having any delays in the project duration, we are going to allocate specific significant resources to those work packages in order to ensure that there is no any delay on those work packages on that critical path. So you justify in that way also the allocation of resources. So when you say I'm going to spend a significant amount of person effort to those work packages, as long as they are part of the critical path, you have justified also, quite convincingly, why you allocate significant person effort in those work packages. In how many proposals we see that? In 0 proposals. Even some successful ones, they don't have that into consideration. However, it is a winning factor because our intention is to impress the evaluators. So if we want to impress the evaluators, we need to identify the critical path, which are those work packages that if there is any delay, there will be delay in the whole project. And then we need to allocate person effort to those, significant person effort to those work packages in order to avoid having any delays in the whole project duration. So that's why this is a red flag. And of course, sometimes for some accompanying tasks like localization, security or ethical improvements, or sometimes for procurement purposes, we need to take that consideration, how much time it takes to procure something, if we want to issue a tender, and etc. So make sure that you have all those time considerations reflected in the proposal. Okay. And then we have the 4.2. Well, in the 4.2 we have more or less, as I say, the tables that we describe the work package activities, we describe the list of deliverables, we describe the resources that are going to be allocated. So it's a standard one. Some red flags on that, I have to repeat that because I said that already. I think it was in the implementation. Make sure that your focus is on deployment, uptake, no research in Digital Europe programs. That's very important. Also, avoid to have most of the deliverables as reports. We want operational solutions, operational artifacts. These should be your core deliverables. And also, have some acceptance that depends on whether the partners are feeling comfortable with that. And you don't have those, as I said, those quantified indicators, the means of verification, that anyone can check. So the average mean time to detect a cyber attack, mean average time to recover from a cyber attack. These are indicators that you definitely need to have in your proposal, and not relying on partners are feeling happy with that, then no test, no quantified indicator, so that's okay. So that was for work packages. So that was under 4.2 work packages per work package table or card. These are the red flags. Then for staff effort, this is not applicable for lump sum grants, so I'm not going to spend that much time here, but as I said, it is, we don't like a lot of the budget to go to coordination. So in the personal effort allocation, we don't want that much of the budget to go to project management. Why? Because we need to spend most of the effort in pilot test, integration, demonstration, pilot testing, fine-tuning. So as a rule of thumb, something like 5%, so 5, maximum 6% of the total budget of the personal effort should go to project management, to coordination. The rest should be in dissemination, exploitation, and integration, pilot testing, and fine-tuning. Also, because, and that's important, and that was a question that was raised also from some of you, in cases there are some partners that are involved in many projects, in many projects or in many proposals. You are asked to give also the name of some key experts, so you need to make sure when you have organizations that are participating in many projects that you don't have the same names also mentioned in that table. So try to avoid that. Or if that is the case, tell how much percentage of their time will be allocated in project A and how much percentage of the time will be allocated in project B. Because otherwise, the European Commission will see and will say, wait a minute, how can you make sure if both projects are accepted that you're participating, how can you make sure that that key expert that you're mentioning to me, if you have allocated to one project full-time and you have allocated full-time to another project, how that will work? So you need to be very careful on that, especially if you're going to have many proposals under the same call, all right, because that will be the case. And also, what is a good what a good thing is when you have planned those weeks to go live with your pilot, with your demonstration, and these are very important weeks because this is where you start the pilot testing. You need to make sure you need to have some reactive measures. If something goes wrong, what you're going to do? If that infrastructure, if that equipment doesn't work, what are your contingency measures? And by the way, what is the difference between mitigation and contingency? You've seen before I used a word mitigation and contingency. Do you know the difference between mitigation and contingency? Let's clarify it. Mitigation is proactive to avoid the problem. Contingency is reactive. When the problem takes place, what will be your reaction on that? So, if the equipment fails, you need to plan that. So, if, by the way, the equipment fails, what will be your reaction on that, your contingency measure? If you want to avoid the equipment to fail, what will be your mitigation measure? Yes. So, contingency is plan B. If something fails, what are you going to do? Reactive. Mitigation is proactive. what you will do in order not to have that risk. And many proposals confuse that between mitigation and contingency. So make sure, and many evaluators actually do not know that. So when you are suggesting mitigation, put into parentheses proactive measures. And when you are suggesting contingency measures, put into a parenthesis reactive measures. Not only for you, but also for the evaluators. They might not be aware of that. So be proactive in those cases. Okay, we have also subcontracting. Okay, if it is not lump sum, subcontracting, we need to be a little bit careful because European Commission doesn't like subcontracting that much. If you're going to involve an organization that has a core task, you need to have them as a partner. So subcontracting tasks should not be allocated for core responsibilities. Yes? It's nice to have because core responsibilities should be implemented by the consortium. And what is a core responsibility? Something that if you don't do it, the project will fail. That's a core responsibility. Something that, okay, if you don't do it, the project can go on, is not a core responsibility. It might affect a little bit the quality of the project overall, but it will not be the end of the project. Project websites, for example. Organization of an event. This can be subcontracted. Or social media advertising. This can be subcontracted. Why? Because, okay, even if they don't happen as they're supposed to happen, it's not the end of the project. But testing or quality of testing or something that is a course integration, deployment, these are core responsibilities. They should be part of the consortium and not of subcontracting. So you need to be very careful on that. Another thing is European Commission doesn't like subcontracting because normally they don't follow transparent procedures for selecting the subcontractor. Or there aren't any service level agreements, what kind of services will be offered. So make sure that if you have some subcontracting, you describe in one sentence, in 2 sentences, also the processes to ensure that it will be transparent, the whole selection process. So, and again, as I said, we've seen that also in the past, if there is a non-EU, an outsider from the European Union supplier that is going to, as a subcontractor, if something fails with that supplier, what are you going to do? Yes. Or if there are any restrictions with having that subcontractor in as a supplier in your project. So we need to be careful on those. And then on purchase and equipment, some red flags on that. Okay, first of all, make sure that you don't leave a lot of funding expenditure to be spent late in the project for equipment. Because how can you justify that you will be able to use it? So if you buy equipment, make sure that you buy it as early as possible in the project. First of all, because you will have a lot of time to use it, so more time for pilot testing. But also, in some cases, if it is not a lump sum, for depreciation purposes. Because the earlier you start using an equipment, the more amount you can claim for that equipment in the financial reports, because of the depreciation. Equipment that it is not very clear why you need that kind of equipment. Yes? So make sure that that is very well justified per partner what type of equipment you need. That's the second one. And the third one, make sure that when you purchase equipment, you respect some standards of data privacy, of security, and of some prevailing constraints that you might have with that equipment. So you need to be careful on purchasing or hosting equipment that you need for your pilot testing. And other cost categories, although this is my favorite cost category, because other cost categories, anything that doesn't fit on the other cost categories, on the other categories can fit under other costs. However, you need to mention what you mean here with other costs. What kind of costs will go under last generic? Is it going to be consumables for your pilot testing? Is it going to be some catering costs for some of the events that you are organizing? Is it going to be the purchase of some specialized equipment? Is it going to be the cost of some certification? So you need to be a little bit careful, be as specific as possible on that. Also, always have a sustainability plan. So another thing that can go under other costs, and you should have that, is a simple one, but it's good to have that in mind, is, okay, we finish the project, and what happens with the project website? How will we ensure that it will be sustainable after the end of the project? So you need to make sure that under other costs, one very popular cost is the website hosting. So make sure that during the project duration, yes, you have already planned from the project budget some costs that the website, the project website, to be hosted and continue being online after the end of the project also. So prepay, pay in advance for 3 more years, for 5 more years, the cost for hosting and maintaining and the domain name of your project. Because if you don't do that during the project, then there are risks that you will not do it afterwards because there will not be budget available. And sometimes we, again, as we say here, we are ignoring some localization or accessibility costs for end users. I mean, how to make sure that, first of all, when we ask pilot test users to use our solution, how we will ensure that it is in the language that they understand. And if some of those end users, and that's important, are people with disabilities, for example, how you will ensure that they will be able to use the system? How you will ensure that a person that cannot move his hands or has some cognitive disabilities, how you will ensure that his or her privacy will be respected and he or she will be able to use the security system that you have. So accessibility issue is a very important, localization issue is important, but many projects take into consideration localization, but they don't take into consideration accessibility issues. How you will make sure that the pilot solutions will be accessible by end users with disadvantages also. Cognitive disadvantages or other type of disabilities. All right. And regarding time, of course, see, as I said at the beginning, avoid to have all the deployments in the final months. Try to have no delays for approval or for purchasing raw materials. You have some, and also, this is also very common, you expect to have some measurable targets to achieve after the end of the project. Yes, the final review, they say, okay, we will achieve that 3 months after the end of the project. So it means we have the project first, we have the final review, and then, because at the final review, we are not assessed whether we have achieved those KPIs or not, because we say we will achieve them 3 months after the end of the project, or 3 months after the end of the final. The final review sometimes might take 1 month before the end of the project, or 1 month after the end of the project. So we need to make sure that all the KPIs that we promise will be subject to an audit review. All right. And what we have, we completed more or less the things that you need to know. So when you're going to write each of the different sections in the application form, with AI or without AI, we've seen the points that you need to be fully alert and aware. And of course, there is in your notes also some bullet points that you need to consider per subsection. And as I said, and we could have stopped here, and based on that, we could have some hands-on practice. But I would like to go on, because I would like to make your job easier, and I don't want you to have any excuses. After the training, I want you to have the full set of tools that you need in order to write or improve any section of your grant application in Digital Europe. So we will go one step further. And that is how we're going to use AI properly for writing a proposal, and then based on the hands-on practice, you will receive specific AI prompts that you can apply for each one of the different sections that we've seen in the Digital Europe proposal, for either developing from scratch or for improving it. And this will be part of the hands-on practice. Okay, so far? All right, good. So we're going to see how we're going to, first of all, understand that when we use AI, we need to make sure that we use it in a way that is not only efficient with the proper prompts, but it is also safe. It respects the data that we use for it. That's because there are many concerns regarding the privacy of the dialogue that we have with AI. So we need to clarify that to see what is possible, what is not possible, and more or less demystify that myth, because there is a myth in most of the AI tools. Now, before doing that, we need to understand the fundamentals of what AI can and what AI cannot do. And when we talk AI, as you will see in the next slides, we mean about the generative AI models, the ones that are language models. They are very good experts in processing text, language. So, what they can do very well, extremely well, is very good at understanding and writing language. That's why they are language models. They have used for developing those models large big data of repositories of text from Wikipedia, from scientific papers, from Reddit, from Twitter, from other social media, and they collect a lot of text, and they're very able to manage and process that text. However, they are not not that proficient in highly technical content, specialized content. Yes? So if you ask them, for example, to analyze you the state-of-the-art analysis in a specific research area, they will not do anything at that, because they're not capable of that. They don't have the knowledge. When you ask them to create something that is completely new, that it hasn't been suggested anywhere else, they cannot do it, because they don't have a reference for that. Of course, they can have different styles of writing, different types of writing. They can write as scientists, and they can write like a kid of 15 years old. They have that kind of capability. However, although they like talking, they like to impress with what they give you, and that creates also a tendency, in many cases, what they tell you not to be accurate. So that is called hallucination. So your task is actually to make sure that you are confirming everything that they suggest. What does that mean? That you are feeling fully comfortable with whatever output you get out of AI tools. Fully comfortable with that. Yes?
What type of style of writing you could recommend?
of a business marketeer. That's the best. Not a scientist, a business marketeer. Someone that wants to sell a solution in the market. That is, or a business consultant, or commercialization expert. This is the style that it's a good one, and thank you for asking that. So you need a business consultant, not a scientist. We don't want a scientist here. Also, they are very good in processing, analyzing different texts and giving you summaries, giving you key points, bullet points. So it's very good also in Digital Europe to upload a lot of policy recommendations and ask them to give you a summary about that, or ask them how your project can align with those policies. They're very good on that, to do it. But they're not truly creative. Why? Because, as I said, they cannot think and create something from scratch. It has to be suggested somehow, or able to combine different texts for giving to you. So they're not that truly creative. And of course, you can use them in many different jobs. However, you need to be aware of the privacy respect. We have now the EUA Act. That EUA Act is saying, of course, that we need always to check the credibility of what we get out, but also we need to have a transparency, more or less, in the system. And what does that mean? It describes cases where we should not rely fully on conclusions from AI systems, AI models. So, for example, if you have a system, an AI system that detects how many cyber attacks you have in your organization, that is quite critical. You should not rely on AI tool to tell you that. You should have, as the EUA Act says, a human intervention. What does that mean, a human intervention? Okay, AI, you said to us that we had 20 cyber attacks. Let me see each one of them. Is that correct or not? We need to have that human intervention, as they say, for critical decisions, because that's a critical decision. So whenever there is any critical decision, we need to have the human intervention. So that's the other thing that the EUA Act says. So having said that, more or less, we have these models that you mentioned also when I asked who has been using which tools and etc. All of you mentioned these ones. Maybe you mentioned one more, but these are the most popular ones. ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Gemini, Claude, and Perplexity as a search engine. Now, it doesn't matter, and that's very important, which model you use, but you need to be consistent with that. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use once Gemini, then you experiment with Claude, then you go to ChatGPT, then you go to DeepSeek. Why? Because you want the model to learn from you. So in order to learn from you, you need to establish a relationship. So the more you use an AI tool, the closer will be the relationship, and will understand your style, your expectations, what you do like, what you don't like. So what it does matter in practice is not which tool you use, as long as you're using it consistently, in order to get a closer relationship with the AI tool, to know more about you, what you like and what you don't like. Clear? That one. Now, there are some, however, concerns regarding the security, as we will see. For example, since we're here, we have another slide, but I will say it here. Now, Claude, for example, is the one that by default, any interaction that you have with it, it is not used for training the model by default, which means that the privacy in your dialogues and your interactions is fulfilled without doing anything with Claude. With Gemini and with ChatGPT, this is possible, but you need to say that. When you start using ChatGPT or Gemini, you need to tell them, look, to click or unclick, I don't want you to train the model. I don't want the information that we exchange with you to be used for training the model. You need to opt out from that. Yes? Okay, and now let's go to DeepSeek. DeepSeek, it's a very nice tool, but from the security point of view, it is very vulnerable. Unless you download the desktop version, and then you install some other environments for that being able to operate. Other than that, it's an excellent tool, but it doesn't, you cannot opt out. Whenever you use it, you train it, the DeepSeek. And secondly, it is biased in political issues. So, if you ask DeepSeek, tell me what happened in Tiananmen Square, or what is the revolution, the May Revolution, it will say nothing, because it's biased politically. But other than that, if you don't use it for purposes that have some political influence, then it's okay, as long as you are feeling comfortable of using your input for for training the model. If you don't want that, then you can download it and play with your own desktop version. In that case, it is respected. Now, normally we have, yes, you want to have a question?
Let's say you put your newest technologies ideas to DeepSeek,
Yes.
and it's exactly the same second it's known to KGB in Russia, because it's teaching model. So I mean, what is really the point?
Yes, if you're concerned, if you have safety concerns and privacy concerns issues, if you are sensing, if you are sharing something that is sensitive, my advice is not to use DeepSeek for that reason. All right. You can use the downloadable version, but not the one for DeepSeek, the online one. All right. Now, regarding the models, we always keep on having new and new models. So we start with ChatGPT 3, 3.5. Now we have ChatGPT 5. We have always a progress on the models. They are getting better and better. However, we can group them in two different types as the models. I call them in standard LLMs, the ones that they don't spend a lot of time to think and process things, and the ones that are claiming that they are reasoning and thinking. What are reasoning LLMs? Reasoning LLMs are the ones that they use it for, they are doing very well with tests, mathematical tests, with coding, and they can compare, and they see that the output that they get from those reasoning models is a very good output with verified answers, and the verified answers are correct answers. However, the point is that we have a lot of, when you use a reasoning model, it takes a lot of time to think, it consumes a lot of energy, and sometimes, because they like to philosophize, they might give you a very not up to the point and not a straight answer. You might not like that. So you need to play a little bit around between a reasoning model and a standard model. Personally, how I do it, personally, I use a standard model to give me an answer. And when I'm not satisfied with the answer that I get from a standard model, then I switch to the thinking model. So I go to the ChatGPT 5 standard one, instant, I do all the interactions, and when I'm not satisfied with an answer, then I switch to the ChatGPT 5 thinking model. Because I don't see that much difference, only when I'm not satisfied. But it's up to you, you can choose a different practice. This is personal, how I do it, in my view, on that. Because they might be sometimes they get an overthinking overload, and they might not give me the actual output that I need, or it takes a lot of time, and I don't want that. Now, this is, you can go and this is from Artificial Analysis website. If you go to Artificial Analysis website, you have in your notes also the link. You will see a comparison of many different models with respect to many different factors. So here we have intelligence, and we see some models that are doing quite well. GPT also high, GPT-5, they are doing quite well from the intelligence point of view. And of course, Gemini, you see here, it's the fastest one, but also GPT, they're doing also quite well. So it's a nice way, more or less, if you want to play a little bit around, to go to the Artificial Analysis website over there or by Googling and play around and see different models, how they fit before deciding which one to use. If you have already started using one, stick to that one. This is my advice. But if you haven't started, depending on what are your requirements, you might want to experiment first, maybe from the intelligence point of view with ChatGPT. If what matters is speed, maybe you want to experiment with Gemini, if you haven't started already experimenting with one. Now, who has a paid version of a model? A paid version? Okay. Who is using a free version? Model? Okay. So, in models, there isn't that big difference. I mean, from the efficiency point of view, from the operation point of view, there is no difference between the paid version and the free version. However, where is the difference is on how much you are using it. So with a paid version, normally you can have more interaction, more questions within a time limit, let's say 3 hours here, as you will see, or 2 hours. You can have more. So if you're using AI intensively, then it's better using it for the paid version. But if you're not using it intensively, but occasionally, then it's okay to go with the free version because there is no difference actually on the thinking. There is, however, some from the performance point of view, there is no difference. But there are some capabilities, additional capabilities that you can do in the paid version that you cannot do in the free version. For example, in ChatGPT, you cannot create, as you will see, custom GPT. What's a custom GPT? You can create your own GPT agent that will do a specific task for you. If you want to do that, then it has to be a paid version and not a free version. But that's quite advanced, so if you're not feeling that you ever need that, then you can stick with a free version. But if you decide to go with a paid version, it's not that expensive. Normally it is 20 euros per month. Now, there is, this is the way that I'm describing to you how to, the issues with the privacy. And here, there is Abacus AI, which is a nice tool because it's a gateway, it's an interface for accessing all the different fee models with just 10 euros subscription. So you pay just 10 euros subscription per month, and you have access to all the paid models without paying anything extra. So Abacus can be, as a starting point, a nice one to see if you want to experiment also which model you would like to use further. So you can use Abacus and playing a little bit around and see, okay, I use that prompt. With that prompt, which AI model gives me a better response? You go to Abacus, you check it, and then you have a, by using it 1 or 2, 3 times, 5 times, maybe 10 times, then you have a good idea of which one to go further. or you can still use the Abacus interface. The only problem is that, as I said, if you keep on using Abacus and interplaying with different AI models, the model will not learn you. So you will not have a close relationship that, as I said, by using directly the AI tool of your preference. All right. Is someone aware of Abacus AI before? Okay. It's cost effective. It allows you to use all the latest LLMs with just $10 subscription. Instead of paying for each one of them 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, because that's the normal price that you pay just 10 euros and you have access to all of them. All right. Now, we went through the tools. We went through what they can do, what they cannot do. But the most important element is how we're going to have a fruitful dialogue with the AI tool. And for that, I like to use the CREATE principle. And what is the CREATE principle? The CREATE principle is an acronym that we need to have in our minds when we're having a dialogue with any AI model. We need to follow those CREATE principles. So the first one is the character. So the character means you need to give an indication at first how they should think. Shall they think as business consultants? Shall they think as marketeers? Shall they think as dissemination exploitation manager? Shall they think as integration managers, depending on the task that you're giving to them? So you need to give them a persona how they should think. How they should react most likely, because they are not thinking. AI is not thinking. It's a language model. So this is important to, when you ask something for AI to do, to tell them how to think before that. And when you will have access to the prompts that I'm going to give you, full list of prompts for the hands-on practice, you will see that in almost all the prompts, there is how they should think, how they should react, a persona, always, depending on the prompt, depending on the task that they have to do. So that's one thing, and you will see examples on that. The next one is request. You need to be very clear of what you are requiring the AI to do for you. It's extremely important to have a crystal clear idea on that. And also, as a tip, whenever you want something to really not to be missed, you put it in a capital. So you write your text, whatever you write your text, but then something that is very important, you write with capital. It's, be very careful when you want something to be really not to be missed, you put it into a capital letters on that. Then it's always nice to give some examples, to see, okay, what do you want? I mean, how do you want my answer to be? Can I use some other examples as a reference? Can you check how project A, project B did it? You give a summary of that, and then you ask your AI model to give you some explanation. So examples can work also quite well. They help AI to think better. Now, something that is quite important is that whenever we are not satisfied with the feedback that we get from the AI, we say that. Because, as I said, we need to create a dialogue. And they need to learn what we like and what we don't like. So we should always say what we don't like. If something is very general, if something we believe is wrong, if something we believe they are hallucinating, if they don't give what we want, we keep on saying that. All the time. So we always need to be persistent on that. Otherwise, they will not learn, they will not improve, you will not get the feedback that you wish. Something else that I like it also is you can create your in your account. You can tell also what you like, what you don't like as instructions to the AI tool. At least you can do that in AI. So in ChatGPT, sorry. So AI likes using some words like these ones here that are really sophisticated, and you don't understand mainly what they say, but because they believe that they can impress with those words, they like using them. So my advice is to make your AI tool to know that you don't like that kind of words. First of all, because they are not straightforward, first of all. Secondly, you can use a much simpler language. And thirdly, and that's important, there are some tools that detect whether something has been written through AI. And one of the methods that they use to detect whether an AI has been used is to see whether those words are present and how often they are present. By the way, there is not an AI detector tool that is 100% accurate. That's why even the European Commission, if they're going to assess whether a proposal has been written through AI or not, they are not using any AI tools because they are not reliable. There are cases that you have written something that was completely written from scratch by you without the use of any AI, and they might say, the AI detector, that you have used AI. And the other way around. You might have been using AI tools, and they might say that for writing something, and these AI detectors might say to you that you have not used AI. So there is not reliability on that, and that's why AI detection tools are not popular yet. But nevertheless, what you want is something like that to be crystal clear for them, for the AI tools. No, you don't want words that are used in many different occasions by AI tools. So, for example, for ChatGPT, I don't know how it works in the other tools, but for ChatGPT, it shouldn't be something difficult. You go to the custom instructions box, and in the custom instructions box, you can take that copy and paste and you include it, say, avoid all this fancy jargon, this is the ban list, I don't want this in your dialogue. Now, does that mean that the AI will always ban those and will not deliver to you? It's not 100%, but it helps. Sometimes they might give something like that, sometimes they might not, but if you have them in a custom instructions box in ChatGPT, for example, you eliminate the frequency of the appearance of those words. All right. And now there are, under the Create, E, you've seen all the others, there are some extras that you can do in order to have a closer and a more efficient dialogue with AI tool. So what are these? One thing that you can do is that you can ask me questions before you answer. So before, in order to avoid hallucination, if you don't understand something, tell me what you don't understand, or if you need something from me, tell me what it is that you need. Don't go directly giving me something without asking me. So this is something that you can include in your prompts. Also, you can say, explain your thinking. How did you come out to that result, to that outcome? Or you can say, act unlike a typical AI. So maybe that will help to think outside the obvious. Also, practice has shown that the word bridge is something that AI likes because whenever you use the word bridge, in many cases, it will give you better output. So you can experiment with that, see how that works. Also, you can use AI chat to make prompts for you. Instead of thinking how to write, I need a prompt that will answer this question. Also, there are custom GPTs that they are used for creating prompts for you. Also, there is an AI tool, OpenAI tool. OpenAI is the one that created ChatGPT that can help you to write better prompts. So this is something that you can use it, but if you use the create principle, you don't need anything of those. Words like brainstorm and then outline and then write is easier than just write, obviously. Instead of just saying when you want to create new ideas, instead of just say generate idea on that call, on Erasmus Plus, let's say, for vocational education training with target groups, people with disabilities, and etc., you can say, generate an idea on using system thinking principles or other principles that are used for creating ideas. Also, the word let's, yes, helps. Practice shows that it helps to give better results. It reduces hallucination. Also, step by step, initiates deeper reasoning, so it can be extremely helpful. A convention like I trust you, that also means that encourages AI tool to give you better results without many hallucinations. Sometimes, if you want something to be comprehensive for you, you might say, explain to me like I'm a 15-year-old boy or girl, or I'm a 15-year-old child. And last but not least, if you want the AI to process a text, it's always helpful to include that text in triple quotes or similar. So you create some logical breaks so they know. Check the call topic description that follows below in triple quotes. And from that, I would like to know what is the winning profile of projects under this call. Then you have triple quotes, and within those triple quotes, you include the call topic description. When I say the text, triple quotes. Instead of 2, better use, or instead of 1, better use 3. This is what practice shows. It helps them better to have in triple quotes. Now, this is what I said, that you can have a prompt optimizer by OpenAI. You go to OpenAI Playground, you write here a prompt, and it gives you you write what you want to do, and it will give you a full prompt for that. There are also custom GPTs that are others, third parties have created that you can use for free for improving your prompts. But if you use the create principle and the examples that you will see, and you will work later, you will not need any of those. They don't work 100% correct. It's better to use always the create principle. Now, good practices on the use of AI. Now, of course, the first thing is to ensure that your data remains safe by not training the model. So make sure if you don't use Claude, if you use ChatGPT, or if you use Gemini, that you have opt-out for training the model. And this is something that you can do also today during the hands-on practice. If you have some difficulties, I will move and I will show you how to do that, especially for ChatGPT. I haven't done it for Gemini, but it should be okay. Then describe what you like and especially what you don't like in the settings. I don't like superfluous information. I would like concise, based in bullet formats. Explain your profile. I am a business consultant writing proposals in European funds, especially with a lot of business potential and commercialization aspects. So whatever you do, you describe it if possible in the settings. Then maybe it is possible in other AI tools, but for ChatGPT, you can create a folder where you upload all the documents like the call topic description, the application template, slides from any info day material. Maybe the European Commission presented some material regarding the call that you're targeting, a list of summaries of previously funded projects related to the project that you're going to develop, any related roadmaps or policy agendas. That's very important for Digital Europe projects. If you click here, you will see the dissemination, exploitation, communication guide by the European Commission. So have that also uploaded. If now in our cases, we don't need state-of-the-art publications because the Digital Europe projects, they don't deal with state-of-the-art, but you might need some policy publications relate to your project, so you upload them in the folder. And then when you have a dialogue within that folder with your AI tool, it takes all this documentation into consideration without attaching them every time with your prompts. That is the advantage of having a project folder. if that is allowed. As I said, in ChatGPT, that is allowed. Also, our training material on Digital Europe, this one, upload that so they know what they have. And in some cases, you can use also Canvas or the web canvas, or select in ChatGPT the canvas for editing in real time the outputs that you get from ChatGPT. So you get something in ChatGPT, provide me a table of the dissemination exploitation measures. So it gives you that based on some instructions. If you don't like something on what it gave you, you can edit it online. Instead of copying and pasting a Word document, you can edit it online if it is in a Canvas mode. This is what you can do in ChatGPT. So that can be useful in many cases. And let me go to that now, because now it's time for our hands-on practice. You will see now a very useful document. So this document here that you have access to is actually giving you a prompt for your call. So the first, Digital Europe. So the first prompt is going to be, to find out more information regarding the call that you're targeting. So you're giving, you are instructed to develop a proposal under the following Digital Europe call. So you put it into triple quotes. And then you are copy and pasting for section 1.1. Now you're going to write section 1.1, that prompt here. But of course, what I would like you is, before running that prompt, to fill before running the following information if it is applicable. If you know that information. If you don't know that information, then that's okay. Say that to do. If any input is missing from the above, write to do. So if you don't know the deliverables that have to be done, write to do. If you don't know any constraints, write to do. If you don't know any targets, write to do. So let them know in the prompt, and then you ask what kind of questions they will answer to you. So that will be for output 1.1, what kind of, how you want that output to look like. So you just copy and paste it, and you are, that's the whole prompt. So you do that, that's the whole prompt here. So that's one prompt for 1.1 section. All of that, so it's quite long, but don't worry about that. All this is your prompt for writing section 1.1, based on the create principle that we discussed. As long as you're done with that, then you go to the second prompt. The second prompt is for section 1.2. Copy and paste it, you include here some of the information that you have already. If you don't have some information, then you include to do, as we said. So if you don't know what is the mean time to detect, the mean time to recover, then you say blank or to do. So if you don't have any idea on your call, because maybe you target another call, not the security one. And again, that's the task that they have to do, the questions that they have to answer, and also how you would like the output to look like. So we follow the create principle, also the style. You give some examples also for them. It's already there. And then you tell them what will be the output format. And then you go to prompt 3 and prompt 4. That prompt 3 is for 1.3, prompt 4 is for 1.4. And you see, this is a huge document that you have it here for all the prompts. Yes, for all the prompts and for all the sections. So if you check here, you have for 2.2, we had 2.1 before, 2.2, so it follows, it gives examples. Tell me how you want the distribution to look like. Yes, with examples and etc. You have here the full facility, so it's a long document with a lot of prompts. So if you start copy and pasting those from the very beginning until the very end, and including those placeholder positions that I asked you, you will have a full proposal ready. Yes?
What is your experience when you providing request prompts with the tables?
When it's a very useful one. It is extremely useful. Now, the point with Digital Euro program is that you cannot add a table, but it's a good starting point for seeing all the information at once. So when you have something in a table and you're satisfied because you can see a structured way of the whole text, then if you need to include that in your PDF application, let's put it, then you just ask your AI model to transform that table into a paragraph format or into a narrative format, and you copy and paste it directly, because you cannot add tables in the PDF, in the Digital Euro program. In the other applications, you can. But for that one, you have it like that. But it's an excellent way to see whether it's missing something in a table. Otherwise, you might lose it in a table format. Any other questions on that? Okay. So what I would like you is, I would like you to, all of you, to download that document, either from tinyurl.com/DEP prompts or through that Q&R code, because then you have to choose a call topic of your choice of Digital Europe, and you will start now in the hands-on practice, start working on it and copy and pasting that prompt into your AI model of your preference, substituting some of the placeholders with your own information, if you have that information. If you don't have it, leave it to do, and then see what kind of feedback you get from your AI tool. So if we go, for example, so I will show here, so let me show you what I mean. So we have here, this is Control C. So if I go to GPT dot, because I use that GPT, me, but you're not supposed to use that. So if you do Control V, so you just copy and pasting. So what I need either to attach the call or put it into triple quotes. So if I go to the slides, I will go directly to the call that we were looking for. Where is it? It has a picture. This is not my laptop, so I need to. That will do. So I go to 17. Let's see what we get. So that's the one. Acceptable cookies. So we copy all that. Yes, so we put it into the ChatGPT dialog here. We say in triple quotes. And then, so you don't need that. You have that already. Okay, you call it Cyber Health. That's the name of your project. Say, leave it as such. I mean, let's see the others as such. Of course, you can complete it, but if you leave it like that, let's see what you get. That section of 1.1. Contribution, use case beneficiaries. So it gives you an outline, fit, activity output. So it starts, you realize it starts getting some useful information as a starting point. Must-haves. Without completing anything else. And it gives you here, okay, we are aware of that. Do this actual pilots. So now it asks you, okay, how many actual pilots you want in Lithuania, in Latvia, in Poland, so consortium countries. And then they can finalize and adjust tables and KPIs accordingly. So the idea is to play a little bit around yourselves with that in groups and see whether you're getting some useful feedback based on those prompts or not. And when you need to improve something, how to improve it. And I will be moving around and helping you. Is that okay for everyone? How we can work? Have you downloaded all the prompts, the word prompts? Is there someone that didn't download them yet? If so, please do. Because we're going to play around on that. So the idea is to work on tables. On that, I will be moving around, trying to help you. So try to collaborate. Who has a proposal idea, first of all? Who has targeted a call? Who has already targeted a call? Any ideas? On that? So, either you can have a break, you can grab a coffee, come back to your table. What we would like to do is 3:30. So I would like you to experiment until for 45 minutes, let's say for 4:15. And or for half an hour, we will see how that goes. And then I would like to share your views in the class with the other participants. So I would like to share your experiences, what you like, what you didn't like, what you found difficult, what you didn't find that difficult, what you needs further improvement. So play around with your any AI tool that you can use in order to apply what we discussed here. Is that clear for all the tables? Is there any table that has questions on that? So you have your laptops, you have your even your mobile phones if you don't have a laptop. So try to wear either jointly per table or individually. Right? If you need a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, feel comfortable. If you need to go to the toilet, please do so for the next 5 minutes or so. But people, you can start working now on working on the AI tool and see what kind of feedback you get from the prompts that I have, or maybe you can have your own prompts. And I will be moving around to helping you on that. Any questions on that? Is it clear? Something? Yeah? All right, so let's proceed with that. If you want to grab a coffee, please do so. We will do that until 4:15, and then you will present your findings, your views, what you like or what you didn't like, where you find difficulties in the rest of your classmates. Okay. Let's see. So, shall we wrap down a little bit? I would like to share your views. Do we have a microphone? Ah, thank you. Yeah? Yes. So, I hope it was an interesting exercise. So, would you like to share your views by doing it? What you found difficult, what you found easy, what you liked, what you didn't like, what kind of barriers you had? Who wants to start?
Yeah, it would be great if somebody could share.
Yes, we will see your views. Yeah? Don't be shy. It's the more you, the quicker you share it, the quicker we will live. Come on.
Nobody would like to.
Okay, thank you for being Aurelia, the first volunteer.
Yeah, actually, we were in some confusions at the start because everything was quite new. It was quite difficult to understand 41 page of prompt. I could say it's a huge job, and we very appreciate that you share it with us. But I wanted to say, actually, not about work. I think we need trainings about how to use this prompt. And but it helps really good. We use the first one, but
for 1.1 for the objectives.
For 1.1, and we just need more practice on this. So just I encourage you, all of you, at home, at work, to be brave and to do that. If you don't know what is in the lines, so just delete it. Because Nicholas told us, if you don't know, delete it. And
if you cannot include some of the input that requires in the prompt, you delete it, and AI will suggest something on its own.
Yeah, so it's really nice.
One is that. The other one is that we discussed the canvas.
Yeah, the canvas is also nice.
The canvas is a nice feature that ChatGPT has that allows you, whenever it gives, ChatGPT gives you an output, it allows you to edit that output on the prompt, and then the system remembers it. So then next time that you have a dialogue, it remembers the changes that you made in the output of the prompt. That was useful. Also useful is, did you create a folder, a project folder?
Yes, we did. Yeah, I never used this. I just always used to talk in new sheets of the new day, like a new sheet for me. And I could say that to have a folder in ChatGPT is very useful. Do you use it? Do you use? Okay, good. Perfect.
Yes.
10 points, good. This means that you create, push the button, new project in ChatGPT, and then you put all information related to this project in one place. So when you want to start your work with the topic that you worked, for example, 2 days ago, you don't need to upload the old information, some files, some just documents or whatever strategies. So everything is already done. So you'll just see the history of the chat with ChatGPT in that folder. I can show you if you want. You just, yeah.
Yes, that's what works with Gemini on that. Yes, to have everything in one place as a reference point, and then you have a dialogue based on those references. Yeah, good.
So somebody else maybe would like to share their experience. Yeah, I'll give you the mic.
I don't want to share an experience. I just have a question or request to Aurelia. Could you please organize additional trainings just how to use AI on writing Digital Europe applications, full day just for AI?
Not for the record, but I'll try to do my best, okay? I'll just, yeah, because I see that we really need that, because it takes a lot of time, but now we have 41 very powerful page. Just we need to take time to do that, to try it, and I think everything will work. And maybe if we'll have some specific questions, maybe we're allowed to write.
Yes,
just
yes.
but short ones.
Of course,
just not-
of course. No
just, you know.
worries. Follow up. No problem at
So
all.
just if you'll have something, you can write to me, and I'll write to Nicholas. I'll just try to use this.
Yes, please do so. You're more than welcome. Okay.
So maybe else would like to share some ideas.
Hmm?
So who did the practice?
You tried.
You tried.
Yes, yes. Everyone was trying. I was moving around in all the tables. Yes.
Yeah, I understand. I think it's you don't have a particular call that you are willing to apply right
Or
now,
the
at
time to
moment.
write all the prompts, because
Yeah,
it's 40
just-
pages. Yes,
So-
indeed.
Write with real project, yeah? Or it just
Not real, but I have some reels that are coming, so that's fine. I will,
and did
not me,
you
but my
and did you found it useful? Provided expected results or any other?
I'm open. Right now,
I think they did it. You had a specific call that you worked on. Yes?
But I have no any files here in this computer, so
So even though that you didn't have, you worked on some prompts. Did it give you something? I mean, some input for 1 point. Did you work on 1.1 objectives? What did you do? So it gave you some text to be included directly in 1.1 that would sound robust and convincingly, at least. Okay. Yes. Even though you didn't have all the information to include in your ChatGPT folder.
my fantasy is also okay. The good generated text.
Okay. That's good. That's good.
I have two questions for you, Nicholas.
Yes?
So do I understand right that this prompt would work for other programs, not only for Digital Europe program? Or is
It-
just particular based for DEP?
It's particularly for Digital Europe, apparently. Why? Because Digital Europe has different mentality than Horizon Europe, for example. But what will work for sure in all the different European funding programs is the CREATE principle. So the CREATE principle can be used in Horizon Europe, it can be used in Erasmus+, and what you need to do is, okay, we used for the CREATE principle in Digital Europe, so we see here the persona, we've seen the examples, we've seen everything. Okay, we have that example of Digital Europe. Let's see how we can apply the CREATE principle in Horizon Europe, another European funding program, having as a reference what we did for Digital Europe. So it will not work as it is, as such. It needs some revision. It's a different mentality.
And the second one. So if we will write a proposal using this code, this prompt, so what European Commission will think about this project?
Okay.
So it will be so competitive and it will win and will sign the grant?
First of all, we need to remember, as I said at the beginning, AI tool is not a panacea. It is just you have an excellent starting point, which is 20-30% of the full proposal. So instead of spending 2 weeks to write this 20%, you can spend 2 days. So then, for the next remaining of the time that you have, you work on improving it. So that's one thing regarding the writing point of view. However, what is extremely important before start writing is to make sure that you have, as we discussed this morning, the proper consortium players, all the value chain players. As long as you have all the value chain players that you need, end users, infrastructure providers, solution providers, integration providers, testers, in the consortium as partners and as associate partners, then you start using the AI, and in that case, it can create miracles.
Thank you.
All right.
So do we have any questions?
The content should already prepared before using prompts.
The content of... you need to have an idea of what your project should be about. You have already the consortium. First of all, the first step, as we've seen, is to understand the call topic. Yes, we've seen that today. And you've seen the 10 questions that you need to ask, the go, no go principle. And then you prepare a call topic summary. As soon as you prepare the call topic summary, you have already an idea about what your project should be about, because you need to complete that template that we discussed this morning, a call topic summary. So you have already more or less some idea on what your project should be about according to the call topic description. Then, step 2. Since you know what the call topic requires, you make sure that you find all the proper consortium partners for that call topic after the analysis. As soon as you have the consortium partners, direct and associate ones, then you start using the prompt. So you have already an idea of what your project should be about. So completing those gaps that you have already in the prompts, you have already that information. And then that's easier. You do that, you have 30%. Then you keep on revising, working on the application form on that. All right. Good question. Anything else that you would like?
Our last time, chance to ask questions. Be brave.
Maybe it's too late for that now. Really, I don't know. It's people are thinking of picking up kids from school and etc.
Is it possible, Nicholas?
For me, yes. It will be my pleasure. It will be my pleasure, yes, of course. Okay. But you remember, knowledge is not power. Apply knowledge is power. So you need to start applying. Exactly. That's a very good mentality. This is the mentality that we want. Yes, exactly, exactly.
I would love to promise you. So, as I mentioned in the morning, you'll get the link with survey. So please put these things on on the list, and we'll think about it. Just you know, we can't promise this year. Okay, so if we have no questions, I think that's it. Our training is at the end. I really appreciate that you came today. I hope so, that you liked this day. Did you like it? Yes. Okay, perfect. So big thanks again to Nicholas.
My pleasure.
It's
Keep
really
up the good
nice.
work. Thank you for that. Now you don't have excuses. You need to start writing proposals. You have everything. You have the prompts.
And I'll be watching you because I get all information. So just do your best. Okay, so thank you again, and I'm hoping to see you in our next events. And of course, just a short advertisement. We'll have a workshop, maybe at the end of October or in the beginning of November. So just keep in touch with me. Just look through Innovation Agency website. What events we'll have some workshop on Digital Europe program, but I'm not sure exactly what topic will be chosen. So just if you'll be interested, I'll be waiting for you. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. Keep up with the good work. Okay.